One of us, one of us.
Send you that link for when you're done here.
Oh my gosh. No.
Previously on Emerald Wing.
Tamati died, and then we found
I'm alive.
We just replay
This will have no
Tamati's.
repercussions.
We just replay Tamati's death from like 6 different angles. That's
Yeah.
the previously on.
Because I'm floating while they're ripping my face off. Ugh.
Last time, Tamati died, but got better.
I feel.
And then we found a sister.
Yes.
Yeah, that's super weird.
Yeah, you arrived back at Kajuzat's sanctuary to find Seki and Kaya waiting there.
So, quick question: am I like at 1 hit point, or am I like full health after being resurrected?
Oh, you're full. You're
Okay.
Wait, is he at disadvantage for a bit? Like,
Exhaustion.
yes. You basically have for a while you.
How dare you? You die first.
No.
narratively,
Oh wait,
I
I already did. Yeah.
Yeah, you have some disadvantage for a few days, I think. I don't remember.
If I remember when they started introducing that, it was like I don't remember.
it's
It
minus
was like
something.
4 days.
Whatever. If we have to fight anything, it's all your guys' fault for giving me disadvantage.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is. I remember when Taliesin died. It's like, oh, you're disadvantaged for like, yeah, it was like 3 or 4 days. And if you don't take a long rest, it doubles it or adds to it again. Anyway, I don't remember. To minutia. It's a hard thing coming back from the dead.
Don't tell Kaya that.
Yeah.
I died today.
Yeah.
Guess what? 5
Kaya,
minutes ago,
guess
I was
what?
dead.
Guess what, Kaya? I died.
You sent me away
What?
so I'd stay alive, and then I died. Sorry to let you down.
I don't know if it actually specifies in here what they do for it. I'd probably just give you a level of exhaustion that lasts for a couple of days at least, because like it's after coming back from the dead, like a nap is not gonna getting a good night's rest is not gonna
What?
feel
Short
that
rest won't
much
cover it? Oh.
better.
Well, I guess it makes sense. Means everybody has to start pulling their weight in the fights. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I'll show you my all magical attacks.
Not funny.
I was trying, dang it.
Still hurts.
You're all
Too
trying.
soon.
Too soon. Exactly.
Like, I was trying to save you. Sorry, I'm weak.
You did great. It's my own fault for not realizing that some creatures have everything magical attacks. Was not expecting that.
And that the encounters are designed for our group, not just Tamati tank.
If there's just one, I could have taken it, jumped into werebear, non-magical attacks, they're immune. But, you know, whatever. I'm dead, I'm back, real, so it's all good.
What's done is done.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
Shut up, I'm tired.
I am tired.
Okay.
Well, then have a nap. But send fires and missiles.
All right. So this is us coming in to Kajrat Sanctuary.
Yes.
Kajrat Sanctuary. One of these
Yeah,
days I'll
yes.
learn how to speak.
I would like to point out that I am still badly hurt.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
she was with Tamati. So when we go in, I kind of like give like a 1 sec to, just like a hold to Seki, and I go out and I ask Kajrazad if we could bother him for like that protected sphere kind of thing again, so we could talk.
Yeah. He is perfectly willing to help with that. Let me see. He has a section of the sanctuary that works. He also can cast non-detection. I need to see if that is. Yeah, that's one target specifically. Like he can touch you, cast it on you, and for 8 hours you cannot be scryed on or anything like that.
Ooh, that's
Nice.
good to remember.
Is that on me and Tamati? Or would that be too much?
It'd take a couple of spell slots, but depending on the right now may or may not be the best time for it because it's
we'll just go to the back for now.
yeah, like in the morning before you go somewhere, he could cast non-detection on you guys, and that would keep the Aegis's eyes off of you for most of the day. That sort
Sweet.
Sweet.
That's
Cool.
a good
So-
idea.
Cool. So I'll go back there and kind of motion for Seki to follow.
Okay.
I just run up to Kai and give her a hug.
She kind of flinches a little bit. She's, hello? Do I know you?
Just gonna like pat her, stand up, and walk into the back room.
She
Like
just
pat her
kind of-
shoulder and walk into the back room.
Yeah, she just kind of stares after you before she gets up and follows.
It's been like 15 years.
As Seki comes, in, I just give him a huge hug.
Yeah, and he hugs you tight and says, I'm glad to see you. You made it out of all of that business all right.
Yeah. It's been a crazy day or so.
I imagine.
We just got really lucky. We what's it called again?
Burgast.
We were trying to track down a Burgast.
Bargas.
Vargas.
Oh, sorry.
We're trying to,
We're close.
and he got one of our team members, but we brought him back. But it's been really rough.
That sounds awful.
But enough about that. Let's get everyone back here. Let's talk. I want to ask you so many questions.
Yeah, would I know my sister at first glance?
Yeah, you
Now that I've
recognize
said
her
it,
immediately. Like she's a few years older, but she looks
Like, oh, I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
like you
Okay.
guys.
Making
You
sure.
guys were teenagers when all that went down. It's not like you were children where you'd look totally different. Like,
Sure. Yeah.
So
That's true. I've got a beard. That's why she wouldn't recognize me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Goliaths don't
Oh.
normally have those.
I also tell Seki, we're safe in here, but be careful around me and Tamati. The Aegis took some of our hair and are able to scry on us whenever they want.
that's definitely problematic.
But we're safe in here.
Good. Well, we'll be careful outside. Let's see. Find one of my notes pages in case stuff from it comes up. But where is it?
Topics and stuff and stuff and topics.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of looking at Kaya and Tamati and like seeing the subtle similarities that definitely tell that they're brother and sister. Fascinated by that.
Is there a chair in here where I can sit down?
Yeah, there are chairs.
Oh, I hand
I find a chair and I just kind of like, oh.
hand Zafina, not Zafina, Rin. I think I have like 4 other of those like quasi healing potions, so I'll just hand those to her.
Oh, sweet.
Cool. Because I'm all out of healing hands still.
Awesome. Thank you.
It's
I think
a
Tamaki
long
has-
day.
Yes, indeed.
I think Tamaki has 4. So
Yeah, I've got 4 little healing elixirs.
in a couple hours they'll be worthless. So
In that case, oh wait, I'm full health. Never mind.
I need to find nice.
You're at full health, you're healed up, but you feel just exhausted.
Yeah, like a Big Mac truck. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Felt like I got squished by a boulder.
Not quite that bad.
Yeah.
Not quite that bad. It's like way worse than that.
and while like everyone's kind of funneling in, I hand my belt of lesser stamina over to Mouse
Good idea.
and just kind of like, you know, these are kind of rough. I'll borrow this a bit.
Didn't you
And then
do that to Tamaki
Like,
though?
oh, and gives it.
We talked about it. We decided we
Okay.
didn't. Yeah.
And then I'm going to. I haven't tried this yet. Trying to tune to the Jinso's Joker, see if that works.
Yeah.
Probably won't.
Okay, I need to find some dice. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Got some.
But I realize I haven't tried that yet. So
Yeah, that'll,
One thing you haven't done.
that'll take a short rest, kind of focused on it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, just whenever like I get a chance.
yeah.
Cool.
It might not work, but I just realized I haven't tried it yet. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
that's usually what you try first.
Where are
Not
the
check-
notes I'm looking for? I have so many notes and I don't know.
Not give it to a devil to burn it.
Yeah.
The devil's in the details. Out, you demon!
Oh,
Not you, Conjure's You're okay to stay.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm not a demon.
oh, I also look at Seki and beg, hey Seki, by the way, I think I'm gonna need your help. I found
I'm back. Sorry.
I found some Medusa's Kiss that I want to.
Really?
Yeah, I can after this. I'll tell you where I found it. I don't know if I'll have any more stuff, but yeah, you can help me make it. It's worth a bit of gold, but figure if both of us work on it together, you know, we'll get some good stuff.
Yeah, I've got to find where I have my notes on that too. Because
Find all the things.
yeah.
There's one time when I was thinking about using Prezi for note taking. So you like click on a city and it zooms into the city, and you click on location, zooms into location.
That'd be
I haven't
cool.
tried it, but I thought about it the other day. I was like, hey, that could be cool.
Almost like chapter markers, like this
Uh-huh.
event happened and this is
Yeah.
cool.
Anyway, I
There.
haven't looked into it any further than going, hey, that's a good idea.
2d4
Like I do most
plus
things.
2.
All right. So I found the notes for the Medusa's Kiss. I still haven't found the other notes I'm looking for.
Oh, and you have to now, but whenever you get wands, I think I need the notes for the chain of oil. I think it's called.
Yeah, the oil of chains.
But you can do that later. It's not like
Yeah.
critical. I know it paralyzes them.
Give it to me now. She is a bad nut.
Oh no! Where'd it go? I lost one of my die. Where'd it go?
Oh, let's get on.
I need to find some sections of my notes and move them to different folders in my project so that it's a little more intuitive. Find them.
Nice.
Sometimes I'm going hunting through my notes and I'm just, I don't remember where that information is at
Wait.
all.
Question. Hypothetically, if Tamati did have the Belt of Lesser Stamina on, could he do the roll to see if he could overcome the exhaustion or not?
I'd have to attune to it first.
Well, yeah. Or is death exhaustion a bit more?
It's all good.
Well, how it is if you're suffering from exhaustion, you can roll a d4, and if you get 4, you get exhaustion goes away.
With it being like a multiple day exhaustion, I think it would be.
Hey, we always try and skirt around it.
No, it's great. It's a great idea. I mean, in theory it would work, but
I'm trying to help you, man.
You're doing great. Love it.
The best that it could do is sort of just like make it not last as long.
3 days
But-
instead of 4.
It heals you enough to now where you're conscious enough to feel your pain.
Ah. Ah! First my teeth get ground down, and now this.
Ha! Damn it. Okay.
Very good healthcare, giving you one middle finger per patient.
Yeah.
You said you gave me 4 of those potions, Chris?
Yeah, they're just normal.
Okay.
Well, they're not potions of healing, but they're. And Tamati has.
Those are like
That's exactly what I needed to get back to full health. Thanks, Chris.
nice.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I feel much better.
I was gonna say those ones being the limited time only. They're the smoke 'em if you got 'em potions. Like,
Yeah, if I wasn't at full, I'd be chugging them too. But
yeah.
I like hold out the other 4 and go. Anybody else need something?
I'll just say fucking models.
Yeah.
There you go.
I give all the bottles back to Chris. too. Just
Well, I can't find the notes I was looking for, so I'm just not going to worry about it too much, and I will hope that it doesn't come up, and if it does come up, I will BS my way through it, I guess.
So what are they about? Okay. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it. Oh no! I told him what it was. Awesome.
But yeah, everybody filters in and sits down. Kadrazat once again asks, you know, if you would prefer privacy, I can leave you here, or if you would prefer me to stay.
You're more than welcome to say that if you want. You've been an incredible host, and we trust you fully. So it's up to you.
Well, I admit my curiosity.
Well, you're not a cat, so it's all good. Sorry.
No, I do have some suspicions that cats may in fact be demons, but
Yeah, I can see that.
in no small part because cats and I have never gotten along terribly well. I suppose framing the relationship between devils and demons as not getting along is understating it rather dramatically, considering that we've been waging a war on each other since the dawn of both of our races. But
Well, yeah. But I digress.
Sounds about right.
Oh.
But yeah, looks around at the rest of you that he hasn't met, and he says, "I'm sorry, I'm Seki Kuruihi. I am a member of the Kuruihi clan. I think Jisu and I are likely the only ones left." And he turns to Kaya and says, "And this is Kaya Ruakoha, a member of my, well, a fellow leader of our resistance to the Aegis. We call ourselves the Gizarm."
The what?
The Gizarm.
Gizarm.
An Aegis is a shield, a protection. Gizarm is a kind of spear.
Ooh.
We
Interesting.
intend to pierce the Aegis, show them to be what they really are.
It seems our causes are quite aligned.
Thank you.
I knew people would probably be wondering how that was spelled, so.
Yep.
I was going to make it up as it went, so.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to write it correctly or else I'll say it wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I found a needle on my desk. I should probably not have that there.
Probably a good idea.
But Kaya looks around at all of you and nods, and
So as soon as he introduces Kaya, I want to go, "Oh, Ruakoha like Tamati?
like, who?
Tamati!" And I just point to him.
I'm just
There's
staring
a
at her.
striking
And
resemblance.
she looks over at you, and odd coincidence, I suppose.
You really don't recognize me.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh.
But I suppose that isn't much of a surprise. Things are very hazy before whatever brought me here.
Ooh. Were you brought to gate?
Not directly to Gate, no. I found myself... I'm not sure where I was before, but I found myself in Shroka and spent a few months there trying to gather my bearings. Eventually fell in with Seki here as I was traveling, passed through Gate.
So you can't, Jessica says, she knows you're Shiroka. Sorry.
Yeah. She says, was passing through Gate, had little direction, fell in with Seki. Things have been strange. Seki already knew of the Aegis when we met, but much of what we've learned has been more than we expected. They are very dangerous. They are very old. Been around for a very long time. We're not entirely certain of their goals, their true goals. We know what they say. We know that what they tell the followers that they recruit, we know that that is not the same thing that is told to many of the upper ranks. We know that they are very powerful and that they are everywhere. but we have only a limited understanding of their goals. We only know that they seek to recover the shards of creation. Which, if you're not completely familiar with the shards, well, welcome to the club. Most of us in the Gazarm hadn't so much as heard the word, in this context at least, until all of this started in earnest. But there is some sort of ancient artifact that was broken thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago. We honestly don't know. But the Aegis claim, at least, that it is their intent to protect the shards of creation, to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. It seems rather more complicated than that. Seki nods and says, whatever the shards form when they come together, there has been a concerted effort on the part of the Aegis for at least the last 100 years to recover them. Many of them have been lost and scattered to the winds. Our people have one of them. The Aegis has one. There are at least 5 others. We believe there are a total of 7 shards.
You
You
guys
say they already have a shard?
We're fairly certain that they have one. Yes.
the one they stole from Elzix. Quote.
Yeah, shard of knowledge.
So we know that the Shard of Knowledge is in the possession of the Aegis. The Shard of Affinity is in our hands. But they have become much more aware of us since we obtained our shard. They've led raids on secret camps that we thought we had kept all information of completely secret. They have attacked safe houses belonging to us, safe houses belonging to anyone associated with us. They attacked the former Kurowihi safe house located here in the city.
Do you guys know anything about the catastrophic dragons?
I've heard the term. I have heard a few stories.
So,
There's my suspicion is that from what I've heard that the Aegis intends to use them as a distraction if they can.
well, when Tomato and I were tied up, they were saying that they wanted to release Zerafall, the lightning storm one, and have him do a lot of damage to destroy Death. I know that's part of their dogma, but
It's in keeping with some of what we know of them.
and we know that the Zerafall is unleashed. Not full power though, but now.
It's,
At least partially.
yes. What little we know of the catastrophic dragons, in their time, I believe Zerafall was the leader of the catastrophic dragons. He was one of the most intelligent among them, and he was likely the angriest of them. The legends are thin on the ground. We've sought out ancient texts for anything connecting to the Aegis. That includes the catastrophic dragons.
Oh, and also be careful when you're around me because apparently it's their fault. There's a bit of an accent I'm connected with him now, so it kind of leads me to my mind. So
Oh,
that's a thing.
well.
Hopefully this is protecting us, but just side note. I got lightning powers now.
Interesting. Yeah.
But we don't know how it's connected, but Rin, for some reason, they wanted Tomato and I to assassinate him. Because they said that he's getting in their way. So we don't know the connection there. But what's your uncle's name again, Rin?
Leomarth. Devanara.
The council member.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can see why they would view him as a threat.
Why is that? There are many council members.
There are many council members. Leomarth is very popular, and Leomarth is, although his focus has been largely on military since he arrived in Gate, he does still vote on important policy matters, and the votes that he always turns up to, and the ones that he always uses his influence to drive, are those which have a specific focus on government transparency, driving out corruption.
Oh.
And his popularity has given him such significant influence in votes like that there are members of the council who may have voted a different way but for his pressure. He's been a driving force in passing a number of laws, and a few members of the council who had their fingers in organized crime have actually been discovered and ousted, in no small part because of his push to shine a light on them. And we're fairly certain at least one or two of those were Aegis plants.
That does make sense then.
The Aegis operates in the shadows, but they also operate within systems, and as such, he would likely be quite an obstacle to them. Can't say I'm surprised that they're interested in targeting him.
Quick question of clarification. Is what's the name of the Fire Genasi and the Centaur?
Vindra is the Fire Genasi.
And Zareth.
Yeah, Zareth.
Zareth.
Yeah. They did not come back here unless you invited them. They would probably still be out in the main room unless you specifically wanted them to come in with you.
I think that's a good deal. We're talking about assassinations and all that fun jazz.
But Seki says, if we find Leomarth, we will do what we can to protect him. Leomarth, from what I've seen, is quite capable of taking care of himself. He would be a valuable ally to the Gazarim.
And I think we have 28 days to assassinate him, or they're going to come back and finish last time. That's our timeline.
The Aegis is very powerful, and they have their fingers in many things, but I believe we may be able to sideline their attention from you. Especially if we can draw Leomarth into our ranks, we may be able to pull more of their attention away from you.
I'm gonna absent-mindedly drink one of the healing potions that that Jisoo gave me.
How does it taste?
Yeah, it's not a Red Dragon special.
Well, we do want to also resist the Aegis. That's kind of been something driving our action as a company. So it would be good not to be under their direct attack, but we definitely want to stay engaged in stopping them.
Well, that is an ongoing and dangerous process that it has dogged Kaya and I for a few years now, and will likely follow you wherever you go and whatever else you may do. Be aware, be careful, and be prepared at any time to face them, but I think it may be wise to allow the Aegis to come to you for the time being, if you were going to face them down.
Is there a way that you know of that one we could use this, them being able to scry us to our advantage to maybe throw them off or something? I don't know how much intel you have on them or their things.
It's possible you could feed them misinformation, but you would have to recognize that you were being scryed on, and if they have your hair, that will make that considerably more difficult.
But not smart.
Just stare at a map all day.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm gonna drink another potion. Oh, I think that one turned.
And my second question. 3 cool rages have been really good in the shadows.
Sorry, I was rolling a die to see if Seki would know something, and I didn't hear that.
I was going to say, since the Koreans were so good at staying under the radar, any stories of how they avoided the magical detection?
Well, in the case of scrying, my suggestion would be if you can find any sorts of magics or those who can use such magics that would allow you to sense or see invisible objects. If you can see invisible things when a scrying attempt is made on you, the sensor, the magical lens through which they view you will be visible to you.
Cool. I look over at Codger's eye. I'm like, do you have anything like that? I know you can.
Or is there any magic that can just block people from scrying on you?
Kajrazat, non-detection is a spell that I can cast. It will block the vision of those attempting to scry for up to 8 hours at a time. It's see invisibility. It's a spell that it only lasts an hour, but for the duration of that time, you can see invisible and ethereal objects, creatures.
Cool.
This case scenario, Tamati, we have a shopping trip for you.
Sure.
He says, I'm given materials and time, I may be able to craft non-detection amulets that would, as long as you were attuned to them, they would block you from the sight of those who would attempt to scry on you.
I think those would be well worth the investment.
Yeah.
Says it would be expensive and time-consuming, I'm afraid. I imagine
An
it would take
investment.
me, even if I'm working on them both at the same time using identical designs, I imagine it would take me 3 weeks to a month to complete them, which is
Out of our time.
That would be good
timeline.
long term.
Yes, that's unfortunately the timeline during which they expect you to deal with
Yeah.
Umarth.
It's true.
Could it work against a evil dragon that's constantly watching you?
It depends on the methods by which he's viewing you. If he is similarly spying on you or such things, if he's using some form of divination magic, essentially, it would protect you from that. However, if he is viewing you through some other means, then it would have little effect.
Well, it's an option.
Definitely.
And even if we miss the timeline, there's a good chance they'll still keep an eye on us, even if we survive them attacking us or on their own.
Becky says, honestly, I have my suspicions that their threat to attack you if you don't do their bidding may be a bluff.
I'm sure it is.
They are certainly well manned, but the attentions of those among them who are powerful enough to actually present a threat to people of your strength is considerably smaller. The pool of dangers to you is perhaps smaller than it would be for lesser warriors.
Interesting.
Their leader Cadracel is one of the most dangerous figures, certainly. He has a few assistants, right-hand men, that sort of thing, that are similarly dangerous. There's Vacha, the torturer.
He did the cable.
Arabaja, yeah, fond memories of that guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, man, I do everything good.
There's a changeling called Idvorilas.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got a personal vendetta against me.
I was gonna say you've got lots of.
Wait, he's still around?
Yeah,
Did I not tell you that? Yeah.
he's still alive. He survived that last night kill.
Mother, father, sister, brother.
There are a number of others. Many of them are. We're not certain if we know their real names or if we only know pseudonyms that they use. There's an elf woman that has gone by the name of Galur, but we haven't been able to determine if that's genuinely her name.
Well, we got some options.
We have reason to suspect that there are some criminals that, if they are not directly part of the Aegis, they may be working on behalf of or for the Aegis. Contracted.
At least none of us have had any criminals or anything following us. So.
I did for a little bit. I got rid of him.
I bet you did, Tamati. I bet you did.
That's right. Nobody knows that I did that.
He says there's a slave trader, Oswald Kulis. We have suspicions that his buyers. There was speculation that he sold to the Drow, and I looked into it because I had suspicions that he may have been involved with your situation, Jisu. But near as I can tell, from what research we've done, he has spent time in the Underdark, but has not actually sold slaves to the Drow in 8 to 10 years, perhaps. But he has continued kidnapping and trading prostitutes and children, primarily. But My suspicion is that he is supplying the Aegis. That the Aegis are indoctrinating children from an early age to be their foot soldiers. And that likely they are in no small part supplied by traders like Kulis. Kulis, however, quite literally went underground recently. We suspect he's taken to the Underdark.
More than happy to. Let us go after him if the time calls for it.
Yeah, we've been talking to the commander of the watch, Garen, and he said as much. They've been chasing him for a while as well.
I've met Garen. Good man.
Yeah.
Smiling got you there?
He's not here at the moment, but he may be involved with the Gazarn. So. But yeah, like Seki and Kaya are just kind of look at each other and they're like, yeah, Garen and a few others helped us out in a difficult time. We just recovered the shard at the time.
Okay, so we can trust him 100%. So.
Garen is trustworthy. Garen is certainly more trustworthy than his predecessor.
Who was his predecessor?
Osric Orhane, the previous commander. We suspect that he was placed as commander by the Aegis.
What happened to him?
He was killed, and it wasn't us. We're not sure what happened there.
How long ago?
A couple of months ago. Garen's pretty new to the command.
We have two of Garen's associates outside who are helping us fight with our get. You can sort of let them in on what we're talking about. They seem very trustworthy.
I'm sure that, especially if they are continuing to work, Garen went on something of a purge. He removed a great number of officers and from their positions as soon as he took command, and a lot of those who remain must have been trustworthy. Those who are new, he went through pretty arduous process to find. They're likely trustworthy if they're still there, but we can't be certain. There's a great deal Garen doesn't know about all this, and you came in with Zareth, with the DCI. We can be absolutely certain anyone who would try to bribe her would be lucky to come out of it intact, shall we say.
She does seem like that sort.
Yeah.
I knew I liked her.
I doubt she'd kill them, but she might not put them in a cell in one piece. Says there are a few people on the watch that we know for certain are trustworthy. Garen is one of them. Zareth is another.
Okay. It might be good to keep on the down.
Yeah. Says we are fairly certain we can also trust Inspector Dakir, a half-orc, and Detective Inspector Teagate. He's a halfling. He's almost certainly trustworthy. And at the mention of Detective Inspector Teagate, Kadrazat kind of shifts uncomfortably. And I would say that the DI is trustworthy. He would not say the same of me.
Sounds like a story.
He's a good man. Although you likely wouldn't know it from speaking to him, he's very unpleasant. But
Fair enough.
he has the best interests of the city at heart, and he does not believe that a devil is capable of changing his nature.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, you're in the circle with us, and he's not. So let that. Yeah.
Let that be a testament.
But in any case, there are a number of trustworthy people on the watch, but the knowledge that we have would be dangerous to them. I feel that although I am certain Garen would absolutely love to take down the Aegis if given the opportunity, that it is safer for him to know less of them right now. He and the Watch would likely target them, and in so doing they would become targets, and this isn't a war that can be fought in the open. It was always what we were best at.
A little out of practice.
What's that?
I'm a little out of practice.
So we'll have to go spar sometime, go over some of the old exercises. But, yeah, they tell you a little bit about the Aegis. A lot of it is kind of twists and on what Cadracel already told you. Like, they're not certain how much of it is true, how much of it is the front that they put up. But there is a definite sense that the people in the rank and file of the Aegis are playing a different game than the leadership. They believe that they are serving a cause of protection, and those that are leading them have, in many cases, indoctrinated them to believe that, or just hidden things from them. The leadership is where the real trouble is. Seki does say, but I would caution you against feeling too much sympathy towards their foot soldiers. Indoctrinated though they may be, and tragic though their origins may be, if they are indeed being groomed from a young age, they are fanatics. They believe their cause completely, and they will gladly die and kill for it. We have managed once to take a prisoner that didn't manage to poison himself before we could question him. Most of them do. If captured, they will, in most cases, immediately poison themselves to death, and so that they will not be able to give away any secrets. We have been able to question exactly one. We barely stopped him, and he told us nothing. We weren't cruel to him. We didn't torture him, but in my experience, and I it is unfortunate to say I have some experience. Torture is not an especially effective tool for getting the truth.
Say anything in that state.
It's true. And
You guys need a.
we treated him well. We tried to break the indoctrination. We tried to convince him of the reality of things. We spent over a month, and I don't think we ever made even a little bit of progress. I think that he remained completely devoted to his cause right up to the day that he managed to pull a knife off of a guard and stab himself in the neck with it.
Man.
And he knew what he was doing. He cut a large artery and bled out before we were able to get him any medical attention or clerical healing or any such thing. Be warned that that's what you're dealing with, even with the foot soldiers. Even if what they believe they are fighting for is not the reality of the cause, they believe in it completely and thoroughly. I don't believe there's any getting through to them. Not that that's stopped us from trying.
Sure.
Whatever the case, we're seeking the shards. The Aegis are seeking the shards. But it's our hope, from our limited understanding, that as long as we, even if they get all of the remaining shards, even if they track them all down, as long as we can maintain our hold on the one that we have, they'll be unable to recreate whatever the shards were broken from. One needs all 7. So, even if they get ahead of us, as long as we can keep, at the very least, our single shard from falling into their hands, we may be able to hamstring their efforts.
We've heard of what?
Go ahead.
We've heard also mentionings of the Shard of Grace. Some possible leads to that.
Yes, we've heard some rumblings as well. Last known location was somewhere in Oromir. We have a few people looking into it, but we don't have nearly the manpower that the Aegis does. But the 7 shards in all of the writings that we have studied, we've been able to find the names at the very least. We, of course, have the Shard of Affinity, the Aegis have the Shard of Knowledge, and the Shard of Grace is suspected to be somewhere in Oromir. Unaccounted for still are the Shard of Majesty, the Shard of Force, the Shard of Integrity, and the Shard of Intuition. Supposedly each shard individually does have powers of its own that can be accessed, but we've been unable to unlock them. We can only hope that the Aegis have not worked out how to use what they have.
Interesting. Have you been able to have researchers in the resources of Kaidan?
We have a couple of members that are from Kaidan. There's a wizard that works with us from time to time that haven't seen her in a while, but she graduated from the Arcane Academy in Kaidan. But we don't have anyone currently working on it in Kaidan. At least not that we've ordered. Sometimes cells and individuals do operate independently. We are not very widespread, but we're trying to organize a resistance in such a way that the Aegis won't be able to tear us apart if they find any one unit.
Nice.
I'd love to know how we can help.
Yeah.
Well, we'll certainly
Well,
keep you
I'm staying
informed.
forever.
If you wish to consider yourselves part of our ranks, then I am not going to require an interview or anything. I think that we can. I think we can trust you with that. And there's only so much that we can do at the best of times until our numbers and our strength is increased. Hopefully, I would say that the best thing to do is research and seek out the shards and try to keep them from falling into the hands of the Aegis. If we can gather them and perhaps even recover the one that they already have, then perhaps we will be able to find a way to head off their goals.
I do have a question.
Yes.
It's just gonna eat at me until I ask. So, the boy that you were able to stop before he poisoned himself, did you get a name from him?
No. He wouldn't tell us. He wouldn't tell us anything. He'd barely speak to us at the best of times. He'd spit at us most times.
Do you still have his body?
No. This was a couple of years ago now. Although the thought of asking practitioners who could speak with the dead to interrogate him did occur to us, it wouldn't have been terribly useful. He had no interest in speaking to us in life. There's no reason death should have changed that.
You mean an extra like Aegis token coin? Like this guy's a credibility? Both of extras.
I don't think we would have been able to fool him.
Well, short of speaking for our company, I would say you can consider the Gizarm stronger for the Emerald Wing.
Would be.
Absolutely.
You are all welcome. It's unlikely that we will, at least at this time, have any particular missions to assign you or anything of that matter, but just continue on your journeys. As we have opportunities to communicate, perhaps we'll together be able to uncover information that we otherwise might have missed. Watch out for Cadracel. He is only one man, but he is intensely dangerous. He is wildly intelligent. He is extraordinarily powerful. One of the most.
To not hit him.
It's one of. He's. We've only seen him in action a couple of times, but he has. Single-handedly and almost casually entirely wiped out whole Gizarm cells. We don't know a great deal about him. He's we know he's an elf, but we suspect his origins lie in the Shadowfell.
That's interesting.
There are a race of shadow elves that live there. They are seldom seen on the on the prime material plane, but we have to assume he's certainly not a wood elf. If he is a high elf, then he is an unusual one. Doesn't even bear a resemblance to the Eladrin.
That is interesting. We've heard recently of a conflict growing and brewing in the Shadowfell that has come to our attention. Thing happening related to Rin's mother.
Your mother?
Ladrina Devnara in Vale's Peak.
I've not heard the name.
Very small village. But we have a suspicion that there is a gateway to the Shadowfell located there.
Well, the Aegis would likely have interest in that as well.
Which would further explain the vendetta against my family.
Indeed.
If she's guarding away, then they would likely wish to remove her. Is your mother a bard by some chance?
Yes.
Suspected as much. Do you know if she's associated with the anthem?
Do I know anything about the anthem at all?
Roll a history check with disadvantage.
Oh, snap.
Apparently not.
Okay. History. Oh, that's a 12.
It's better than I thought you were gonna get.
I know, right? Double digit.
Yeah, you're not sure that you've heard the word a few times in the context of some kind of faction, but Seki says we don't know a great deal about the anthem, but we've had positive dealings with them from time to time. They're a secret order of bards and artists. They are widespread. They seek to protect, cultivate the downtrodden. They have been entrusted with guarding some of the ways to the Shadowfell, to the Feywild, among other things, and as such, they're not the only ones guarding the ways, but just was a suspicion. The anthem has a dim view of the Aegis as well, so we've had their help from time to time.
Marvelous.
And let's see, would this ever come up? Let me just check real quick. Yeah, he pulls out a little piece of paper and he quickly scribbles down sort of a rough sketch of the symbol of the anthem, which is like a a harp that is being used with one of the strings drawing back an arrow.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
And he shows you the symbol and says, if you see this symbol, then it likely means that the anthem are nearby, or that they are protecting a location, that sort of thing. And Tamati, make a wisdom, just raw wisdom check.
Oh dear!
Do it.
Natural 20.
Yeah!
You recognize this symbol.
I do?
This symbol is actually like inlaid in pearl on the fretboard of your ukulele.
Wait, a pearl? You said a pearl?
It's inlaid
In
in
pearl.
pearl, like the.
Oh, in pearl. I thought you said in a pearl. Like,
No, it's
okay. I was
Not my
like,
golden
oh,
pearl,
connection!
my regular one, right?
no, like the pearl inlays like on
Yeah,
a
the
guitar
fretboard.
fretboard, like
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
Pretty.
The
Where'd you
one
get
of-
your ukulele from?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but one of the inlays on one of the frets is in the shape of this symbol.
Whoa. Huh. Yeah, I pull out my ukulele and start looking at it and go, you mean this symbol?
That exactly.
Ha!
So
Huh.
that instrument must have been crafted by a member of the anthem.
Interesting. Yeah.
Just make a raw intelligence check to see if you remember where, like.
Go for it.
Oh, I rolled a 17 on that one. Yay!
Nice.
Oh, good tonight.
Yeah, you. My computer is freezing up. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
We're
Okay.
back. It's fine. It just
Figured.
kind of freaked out for a second.
Stop it.
Yeah.
But what was your total on that, Daniel?
What were we doing? Wisdom?
Intelligence.
Raw intelligence, yeah.
Intelligence.
What's your own for?
A -1, I think.
Yes, -1. So 16
Oh, no.
total.
16's
So,
still good enough for you to remember this.
Yes.
You remember that you picked up this ukulele in the Wynn Mansion, and
Oh.
that it
Well, I
was
couldn't
in
tell if it
fact
was- yeah,
Bjorn's handiwork. So
Yeah.
Ah,
I couldn't tell if it was my golden one or
Wondered if
my
it was
regular one.
yours.
So,
yeah.
yeah, that was yours.
Okay.
Whoa,
Dang, that would have been awesome, though.
what
that would
would
have been hilarious.
I was suspecting Wayata.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she sent me a message.
Oh.
Your grandpa, why out? I'm like,
Yeah, that would be-
I was like, oh, it's coming into play already!
yeah.
wow, it's yours. Golden ukulele.
Yeah, so that tells you pretty firmly that Bior is probably a member of the Anthem, or at least has been a member of the Anthem, whether he is an active member or
Yeah.
not. He is,
Very cool.
Yeah.
I like a Kaja's out. I'm like, hey, just out of curiosity, we've been carrying this around for a while. Now that it's part of the anthem, is it magical at all?
Kajazat takes it, his eyes flash as he examines it, and he kind of squints his eyes at it. Actually, it is. There's... I can't see the details. There's some kind of magical shielding that is protecting the. I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly what it does or how it works, but it is definitely imbued with some kind of magic.
Woo!
Arcana check.
He hands it back to you.
I just hold it.
Whoa.
Good thing I stole this. I mean, picked this up at the mansion that time. I almost didn't.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Cool.
But,
Really quick. One last thing. I don't know how much it comes into play, but there's a lead I'm trying to follow sometime. So we know that somehow the Aegis wants to do something with the catastrophic dragons. We had found this orb that was kind of like a lock to Zarafel, and there's a skeleton that was holding it when we found it. So I don't have my laptop, so I can't look at the notes, but I tell him the name of the town. The guy basically said that his master had many magic there. And I kind of like pull out a scroll.
Yeah.
Like I'll need to ask him a few more questions in a few days, but I'll say those. There could be a connection.
Yeah, Seki kind of grins when he sees you pull the skull out, and he's just like resourceful.
So you talk to dead people.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when we went back to talk to that thing.
I like to imagine Jasu just like monologuing to the skull at night.
To be or not to be.
Puppeteering the skull.
Last
Yeah.
one, Yorick. I'm wow.
Make small talk while he's making banana bread.
Oh,
I gotta find it because I was transferring notes and I saw it.
Dude. Yeah, I'll let you know if anything comes up.
And Seki says, back on the topic of Cadrasel for just a moment.
Tamari. Chris.
Huh? Yeah. That's
It was found north of Tamari, tucked in the mountains.
Maybe there's a city though.
At least this, I remember he mentioned a city that was close to it. I just don't have the laptop.
Yeah.
I'll find it later.
Yeah. But it says Cadrasel. Elves are long-lived, but we have found some old texts speaking about the Aegis.
Althea.
Althea.
We
I was
Finbar
looking at the
Demont.
wrong question.
We found some very old texts and that speak of the leadership of the Aegis, and they describe a figure that seems to match the description of Cadrasel. At least these texts are at least 2,000 or 3,000 years old.
Wow.
Son of a-
It's, elves may be long-lived, but not that long. The oldest I've ever heard of any elf living is 950 to 1,000. So if our suspicions are correct, something is sustaining him.
Could it be the shard of intelligence? Knowledge? Which was it?
They've only recently recovered that shard. It was-
That was they stole that from Elzerts. That was it.
Yeah, that's where I think they picked it up from Elzric
Right.
in that pocket plane.
That.
But it's a If there are any other questions that you have for us, or if you need to contact us, then we.
What's the best way to contact?
That is a difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
We move around quite a bit to try to avoid detection.
Are you centered in gate?
Yes, Kaya and I are at least.
Well, worst case scenario, you know where to find us.
Yes.
And, Haduza, would it be all right if when we leave, we send messages to here for?
Certainly. I'll see to it that the messages only find their way to the intended recipient. And they, like, Seki hugs
I do have
you
one more
again.
question for you, Seki.
What's that?
The slave trader, how long do you think he's been selling to the Aegis? Children.
Couldn't say. His other sales seemed to dry up 8 to 10 years ago. As I mentioned, the other buyers that we were able to trace back, where I would guess that perhaps he had been testing the waters up to that point with the Aegis, and that perhaps he dedicated his services to them alone at that time. I can't say for certain, though.
Okay.
Seki hugs Jitsu again, and says, "We have some business to attend to."
Can we make that Medusa's kiss really quick?
Sure. Let's.
Does that give me advantage?
Yeah, with him assisting, this is also something he's skilled in, so he can assist and give you advantage on it.
I just spent 400 gold, so I want to go really well.
Yeah.
Double natural one.
I missed something. What's happening?
It's just 2 poops.
Making a Medusa's kiss. Poison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you'll have advantage on this check. He pulls out his poisoner's kit and kind of helps prepare ingredients and helps mix things, makes sure that the things that are going over burners are not like overheating while you're working on other things. And that way you're able to more efficiently roll your poisoner's kit check.
Come on, Jasu.
While he's doing this, I'm going to ask Kadrazat, do you have access to greater restoration by chance?
Does he?
24.
Nice.
I rolled an 18.
Nice.
Kind of thing.
Well done.
And I am also just, even though he gave you advantage, I'm going to have him roll as well. And he rolled a 19 plus his bonus. So, what is his bonus? Do I have his sheet open? I really don't I? Do I? It's in here somewhere. Ding.
Time's up.
Ding, 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 ding.
Poison's done. Take it out of the oven. Here we go. Just like banana bread.
Somehow you made a perfect souffle.
It smells like Medusa.
It goes down.
Medusa's loaf of banana bread.
Alright, so rolling a natural 19, that means he rolled like a 28 on that check.
28?
Yeah.
What's wisdom?
His
It's like a 9.
yeah, he's got a +9 to his poisoner's kit because he's
Nice.
Well, you're out of practice, like you said, so.
yeah. Well, Seki was always ahead of you, and you assume that he's probably kind of kept ahead of you, but you're catching up to him. But like he was,
I kind of like give him like the little like
yeah.
like
Yeah, like Seki was always a little bit ahead of you because he's a little older. He had a little more experience. He'd already been with the Kuruihis for a couple of years by the time you turned up, and so he just has a little bit of an advantage on you in terms of time spent honing his training and that kind of thing. But between the two of you, you are able to. I don't remember how many doses worth I said of ingredients you'd picked up.
I can't remember either.
Do you remember how much you paid for it?
Like 400 gold.
Can I just go back and listen to it later too? So.
Yeah. Well,
We'll leave it on there. I'm probably not going to use it. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure of how many doses you get out of this, but because both of you rolled so high, I'm going to say that you get a number of doses of Superior Medusa's Kiss.
Ooh.
And I will put the effects of that in chat in a moment here. Except it won't let me just copy it, so pardon me, I have to type it. Ah.
Sorry, that's
hiding.
Sorry, that's Heidi's
Sorry,
text.
this is for
It's
well,
okay.
just notice all my text messages.
Yeah. So let's see.
Sorry, guys.
It's all
Sorry
good.
about it.
Oh, they're frozen.
There you go.
I think we should probably call it a day, like take a long rest after this anyway.
Yeah.
We can fight that thing pretty soon, though.
Yeah,
Our guest.
but I think it'd be better not to go in with double disadvantage.
Oh no, not today. I'm just saying.
Yeah, for sure. Top of the list.
Whatever, I got it. It's good. It's all good.
I can go out again. It's good.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready.
So
This is how you probably won't run as fast this time.
yeah.
Sure.
Won't be.
You turn it to whatever, you go like drink it. Or
So I want to ask Kadrazad if he has any big or access to any big like pigs or boars that we can roast on the spit to help Tamati rejuvenate.
Yeah.
That I can
He's-
prepare.
Says I think we should be able to procure such a thing.
All right.
Salted pork.
Oh yes,
Getting over here. Look at my lips.
drizzling over the juices,
Oh.
lots of season.
I'll get taken and say thank you. And I tell him where to find the shop.
Sounds way better than the pizza I had. Ooh.
Rin is kind of just sitting at the bar, just kind of like lost in her own thoughts.
Yeah.
Wait, did Kadrazad have a greater inspiration?
I have not answered that yet.
Yeah, it's doing your Medusa crap first.
I gave you poison, dip all your guys' stuff in poison. You'll be happy.
Fuck it. I'm not complaining. Just metagaming. Positively.
Oh yeah. So underneath the roast pig, I'm gonna chop up a bunch of vegetables like carrots and potatoes and onions and all that good stuff. So the drippings will go on top of it that I don't re-pour on the roast pig. We're gonna have a little mini feast. Marty's back.
I can smell it from here. It's like, you're playing with us, Peter. You're playing with us.
Okay, now I need to figure out if you would have greater restoration. I kind of doubt it, but it's worth checking.
Might ask if he knows someone who does have it. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is good.
Okay, let's see. Sorry, this is slow. Trying to.
You're good.
No problem.
This is where if we had fans, we'd be seeing all the fan art.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys give me some fan art. I'll throw it in.
Stick figures.
I was thinking about that at the start and finish too, where I've got like the 3-second intro or the 15-second intro. Like tossing some fan art.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Let's see. No,
Okay.
Codger's
That's
thought we
fine.
might have access to greater restoration. However, let me check this.
Something like restore memory or something like
However, Kaya kind of. I actually can cast that.
Oh,
that. Really? Have you ever tried it to regain your memories?
I have.
Interesting. I only asked because you saved my life one time.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
It's okay.
The last things I can remember are a green light, rush of motion, everything before it was hazy.
What if it's the same green light that sent me away? That you saved me with?
Something I did?
Yeah. We were being chased by my father's royal guard, basically. And they found us in the woods. And they captured us. And before they could do anything to us, all I remember is you casting some kind of magic incantation and sending me away.
Sending you away. That sort of magic is, especially if it would have also affected me, it's beyond the power I have conscious control over, at the very least. But unconscious control is another matter, I suppose.
Interesting.
You do look familiar.
I should hope so. I'm your brother.
Eyebrows raised. That makes it worse that I don't remember, doesn't it?
It's a little rough whenever you said you didn't remember me.
I'm sorry,
It's fine.
You'd think I'd remember a brother, especially one with a beard. Goliath's
This is more recent. I actually got bit by a werebear. So, yeah, it helps.
That's something.
Yeah, I'm still. That's very recent as well. I'm still trying to learn how to control it, so can't just show off for you. I might lose control, and I've got enough people in here that wouldn't be super terrible, but it would still be not great.
Or it could be super terrible.
It could be super. It's right.
Yeah, like Kadrazat is just kind of doing something else, like he's over at a countertop, like looking through some papers and things, and just over his shoulder, he's just, please don't.
No, never inside. No, you're too gracious to a host for me to ever try that inside.
What's
But outside, no, just kidding.
Yeah.
No guarantees.
Yeah,
Sorry.
She looks down and she just looks kind of lost and confused and sad that she can't place this, that she, like, although you look familiar, that she can't find memories. She just kind of looks down for a few moments and looks back up and, well, I didn't even know Mom was pregnant. But here I have a brother.
Yeah.
Am I older or are you older?
You're younger.
I guess I would be older. Because we have another brother as well, Tane.
Yeah,
He's the
you're,
youngest.
like you say like I'm like I'm older, and she's like, damn it.
Sorry.
Nothing ever goes my way.
I don't know. It sounds like you've had good success down here.
Who are we? Where do we come from? What do we stand for? I know you probably don't know where we come from. That's not what I mean. Not literally.
Yeah. I was going to say, you know as much as I do on that one.
Like, I'm not talking about the geological location.
I was really hoping you'd know, because I'd love to go back someday. I had lots of questions for you as soon as I walked through that door, but none of them make any sense now.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Unless, of course, you cast Forget on yourself, in which case, then you should be sorry, but no. Don't
I'm
be
not
sorry.
sure that's a spell.
I'm new to all this spell stuff. I have no idea. Me and magic, it's kind of just, whatever.
ask me that? That should be it.
Let's see.
She says,
That's
I'm a druid. I can take animal forms. There's one that I always gravitate to. I can't even remember seeing it. I know I must have, because I know it. It's a saber-toothed kangaroo.
Yeah.
It's the
It's
form
that's
that, it's the form that I'm most comfortable in, I suppose.
yeah.
I default to it. I can't remember
That's-
ever actually seeing one.
I'd be surprised if you ever saw one. That's our totem spirit.
I must have seen it
So-
if I can turn into it.
Crazy.
So I can only transform into forms that I've seen.
Maybe you saw it and it made you forget. Be interesting twist of fate.
I wish I knew.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm fairly powerful, but what you're talking about, this green light and moving both of us some unknown distance, Sounds like it would have to be a teleport spell. But that's beyond my abilities even now. Certainly beyond my abilities years ago, whenever this
Sure.
originally happened.
And it may or may not have happened at the same time. Just the way you described it, that's basically what happened to me. I mean, we were both tied up, and you started doing something weird with your hands while you were tied up, and muttered something, and just said goodbye, and I was gone. I wish I knew what you were saying the whole time.
Likely incantations for whatever spell. Whether I knew them or not, nature sometimes has a way of speaking through me.
It's amazing.
There have been times that I have blacked out and done things I shouldn't be able to do.
Wow. I do that too when I go werebear sometimes. Sorry.
What was our family like?
Our father was the chief of the Ruakawa tribe. He was always a strong man. But something happened to him in the last few years that we were there. He changed. He's gotten power hungry. I went to confront him about it one day, and it didn't end well. I was barely clinging to life whenever you came and pulled him off of me. And all I remember for the next couple days after that was waking up occasionally and seeing you dragging me along in the middle of the forest somewhere.
You're sure I'm not the big sister?
I thought she was.
Hey, you may
I
be.
thought she was too.
It's your call. I didn't really have a set age for either of you in mind.
I was gonna
so
say I didn't remember having anything set. Sure, she can be the big sister. That's cool. Especially if she doesn't remember mom being pregnant.
She doesn't really remember anything. That was more of a crack at
It's true.
the whole situation. She doesn't remember mom, much less mom being pregnant or not. So.
Yeah, I have to go back through I got a backstory. I don't think I remember envisioning Tane as being the youngest. I don't think you're ever really placed.
Kaya!
Wow, metagame off the chart right there. It's fantastic.
Voice of Fae echoes through Kadrazat Sanctuary.
I mean, she could be out there. Like she could be in the bar right now. Who knows?
That would be weird.
Just a head turn, like.
I'm like sulking at the counter, but I'm also dancing around the room, like with my tambourine out. Would be weird.
I don't know. I kind of envision myself as being the oldest. But
Yeah. However you prefer. That can just be a joke of like that she's just like, are you sure I'm not the big sister?
Yeah. Yeah, she'd be the middle child. Yeah, it was. uh, yeah, wonder what happened.
So do I.
Yeah, I've heard of greater restoration restoring memories, and that's why I asked. But I don't know if there's anything stronger than that, or what would cause you to forget, or
I'm not sure.
you did it to yourself to protect something, and I don't know. Or something did it to you.
I wish I had answers to give. I wish I had answers for myself.
Yeah.
What was our relationship like? Were we close?
We were fairly close. Yeah. All three of us were pretty close growing up. But we had an experience one day hunting where Tawny and I, we always hunted together. I mean, we were always doing things together, running around, and I mean, we could practically read each other's minds when it came to hunting. All we had to do was just look at each other the right way. Didn't have to say anything, and it was fluid. And one day, we brought you hunting with us because, you know, you were learning your powers and gaining abilities that dealt with the forest and nature, and you wanted to come with us to watch us and kind of understand what was going on, and we were chasing down a large animal. I don't remember what it was, and there was a cliff that you didn't see before it was too late, and you went over the side. And Tane was the first one down there. He just about sacrificed himself getting down there, and we both lifted you up, and we took off back to the tribe, and Ihaka is kind of like our uncle, more of an adoptive uncle, not really. Just a good man. He helped heal you back to health, and all our father could say was how much he praised me instead of Tane. And I tried to tell him it was Tane that got down there first. It was Tane that lifted you up and out, almost sacrificed himself to get up there. But I think ever since then, we've drifted it apart. But you and I have always been pretty close. But yeah, Tawny was one of the leads of the hunting party as they're coming after us.
I wish I could know.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember.
Well, maybe someday.
Some of it sounds painful to know.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
Maybe someday.
You look tired.
Yeah. I'm very tired at the moment. We were actually helping Garen find out what was going on in the Goblin slums. It turns out there's a bar guest over there. Kind of cool. Unless you're fighting him and two of his sidekicks by yourself. As a werebear, I'm immune to certain types of damage or certain attacks. unless they're magical. Freaking things are all magical attacks. I did not know that. I knocked unconscious the first time in 3 attacks, or 3 hits. I was gone. I found him again, and in my rage, my bloodlust, I thought I could take him and went a little beyond unconscious.
Beyond?
Oh yeah. I was dead.
Almost faster than you have ever seen anything move, she has pulled the quarterstaff off of her back. You see it flash green for a moment, and she whacks you in the forehead with it. It's hard.
Ow! What the hey?
Which
No, not that kind of dead.
which deals 9 bludgeoning damage, by the way.
I just.
She's just like, if you had died earlier and stayed dead, I would not have found out that I even had a brother. I just found out I have you. I cannot retroactively lose you now. She kind of looks away from her.
How dare you die?
Oh.
That I don't suppose that makes perfect sense, but you deserve that.
Oh.
Well, that's not gonna help me.
I'm like, with my eyes closed, like reaching around for that last bottle that I've got somewhere. I put that thing.
I think actually.
Oh, thanks. I chug it. Oh, that one's definitely gone bad. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
Oh.
As you're
where are you stab me?
yeah,
I give her like a thumbs like, wow, good job controlling it.
yeah, as you're fumbling around, looking like trying to find the healing potion, she's just like, "Let me," and she just reaches out and casts Cure Wounds on you to undo the damage she just did. She's just like, "The next time you die, it'll be worse."
I'll bring you back and beat you.
I die, I might just stay dead.
It's just like, if you die, I will kill you.
I'll bring you back and you will
That's
not
the Ruakwa spirit right there.
I don't have to know you to realize, knowing what you've told me, that you're important. I don't know if that's emotions from before poking through, or if it's just, I don't know. I'm sorry I hit you. Sort
I would have
of.
expected nothing less.
Sorry.
We got to keep up with them.
Nah, it's none of their fault. It's one of the downsides to being us is we are stubborn. Stubborn and very fast. So, no, it's...
What you're saying is you ran off half-cocked and got yourself killed.
Oh, I ran off all cocked and got myself killed.
Mineral.
I would like to point out that I was there and I tried to help.
Yeah.
I told you to run, too, and you didn't.
Over the body.
And look what happened. You went unconscious, too.
Yeah. But yeah, Kaya just kind of like rolls her eyes. She's like, men are all the same. The number of times I've had to pull Seki out of the fire because he's gotten himself in over his head. And Seki's just like, I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
I agree. I totally agree.
During this, Jesse just slowly
Says
like,
the man who was dead like 2 hours ago.
when he says that,
Listen to that.
Jesse just like gives him like this evil smirk and raises up his quarterstaff.
Wow.
Not you. That was surprise. That's intent.
I actually do have a
But
quarter
yeah,
staff.
Seki's just like, it's like, I can take care of myself perfectly well. And she's just like, I once had to pull him out from underneath an ogre that he had killed.
What? What?
Killed an ogre? Props to that. Yeah, man, that hurt.
Good. Think about that before you die next time.
Every day. Oh.
As, I hope I'll be able to actually remember someday.
Me too. As good as it is seeing you again, it'd be even better when both of us see each other again.
And she and Seki say their goodbyes to everyone. And they make their way out to Kadrazat's sanctuary.
I'll wait a couple minutes and then go out as well.
Okay. Well, and as you guys are filtering out, Kadrazat stops Jasu and says, "If you could just wait for a moment."
Okay.
And he waits until everyone else is filtered out, and he says, "Look, I don't want to cross any bounds, and we haven't known each other very long, so this is... I hope I'm not... I hope I won't offend you, but... I can sense a darkness in you. Not just that, though. I can sense a fear in you. A fear of that very darkness. Yes. If I'm reading you correctly, there is a part of you that is afraid of what you're capable of. Afraid of what you might... Afraid of what you might be. That's something I'm familiar with. More than a little familiar with. I'm afraid I am very well acquainted with my darker impulses. I was the darkness. I was only the darkness. For a very long time. I didn't have anything else. I liked it. I liked being cruel. I liked being a monster. I liked manipulating. I was incredibly vicious. I was everything that Detective Inspector Simus Teagate believes me to be now. I was that once. as much as we hate each other, devils and demons have one thing in common. That is that we are not just evil by nature, we are evil by matter. It's the very pieces of my body, the very things that make me up, are formed from evil given shape. We are hatred and cruelty and control. And I was among the worst until I realized that that was not what I wanted to be. That's a long story. I was always as independent a spirit as any devil can be. My kind are strictly ordered, strictly hierarchical. Everything works according to the rules, and we do our very best to use those rules as a weapon, to use those laws as a weapon against those who would, well, against anyone, really. So, I tortured souls. I and many other devils did. I don't mention the other devils to absolve myself of that. My part in it, just because it was what we did, that does not justify the things that I did. It does not make me a good person. No matter what I try to be, that's the one thing I will never be. I can't be. I wish I could, but I was faced with a soul after thousands, untold thousands of years. I rose through the ranks. I was a very powerful figure in the Nine Hells. There were those who believed that I may have continued to rise, that I may have claimed leadership first of the layer of hell on which I originated, and perhaps that eventually I may have even unseated Asmodeus himself. And that was certainly my intent. I wanted power, I wanted control. Every piece I gained of it wasn't enough. A soul arrived in the Nine Hells that would not give in to the despairs that we fostered, would not turn, would not break. Something about that resonated within me. I couldn't get that soul out of my head. I don't know what its name was in mortal life. I don't know if it was man or woman. I don't know what species it had been. I don't know anything about it, just that it would not fail. It would not turn. It would not accept any losses. It was defiant. It practically dared us to destroy it, as if it would prefer to cease to be, to accepting any corruption. And I could not stop thinking about it. Somehow the others put it out of their minds. It didn't affect them. It didn't stay with them. It didn't mean anything to them, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And one thing led to another. Over time, I felt I shouldn't have had feelings like this, you understand. I was an Archduke of the Nine Hells. I was a powerful man, and I had risen there by countless monstrous acts and words and manipulations, but I could not help but see that soul behind my eyes every time I so much as blinked. I could feel its defiance, something about it that was admirable. Devils delude themselves into thinking that, well, we are evil, that we are ultimately what perhaps mortals would call a lesser evil, a necessary bastion. Without us, the demons would have run rampant over all of the planes. They would have consumed everything like a virus. Can't say it's entirely untrue. There's certainly a kernel of truth in that. The blood war between the demons and the devils has been held back in no small part by the devil's efforts. However, we were monsters. We are monsters. Somehow my fear and hatred of that soul that would not give in changed shapes. I turned to a kind of inspiration. It's the nature of souls in the Nine Hells to submit. It is unimaginable that anyone could suffer the way they do there and accept death, accept an end, a final death. That soul is gone at my hand. It was my fault. I erased that. I took it away. I think perhaps that's why it haunted me. And the more that I thought about it, the more that perhaps if that soul could defy the nature of things, the nature of reality, the order of the universe, maybe I could too. You have to understand, the Nine Hells are a place of absolute law. You can make a deal with the devil and be certain that he will uphold the exact terms of that. He will do everything in his power to corrupt those terms to his own means and his own ends. But a devil will not cheat you on a contract. The contract is ultimate. The contract is the law. And we are made as much of law as we are of darkness. I broke the rules. We're not meant to be able to do that. To act against our nature should have been the end of me. I should have dissolved into nothingness, faded away just like that soul. But I decided this was not what I was. I fled, escaping alive from the Nine Hells. That is an ordeal of which I will not speak. My kind tried very hard to destroy me. It's only by luck, determination, and the fact that I was a very powerful member of my race that I escaped alive. Still a target now. It's much harder for them to get at me here. This sanctuary is not just a sanctuary for those who travel. It's a sanctuary for me. Protect me from where I come from, where I am. Darkness does not have to define you just because it is present in you. Because I am made of law and of evil, but I have chosen to live as something trying to be good. And he looks down and kind of squints his eyes and says, every moment is pain for me here. It takes all the willpower I have every moment of every day to not scream out with the agony of what this does to me. This is my choice. I may be defying my nature, but I will not be what I was born to be. Destiny doesn't mean anything. Destiny is malleable. What you carry with you, what you fear. That does not need to define you, Jisu. Sorry for taking up your time.
You're the first normal kindred to see that in me. Thank you. You spoke the same wisdom that I got, so I spoke.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
You spoke the same type of wisdom that a god Jinso spoke to. So, well,
There's a part of me that almost wants to be offended by that.
well, of the kindred, you're one of the most noble I've met.
I wish I could believe that.
That's how I see it. That's how I hope I can be like. Thank you for your advice.
Of course, of course. Best of luck.
Thank you.
He lets you go on your way.
As soon as I see Kaja's out, I go,
You guys.
night.
Night.
Good
Good night, Heidi.
I'm like, I heard that you make the best Red Dragon specials. My friend Vindra here has never had one.
Ooh.
Oh, while this is going on, I'm gonna do a short rest and try not to.
Okay.
See if
Yeah. Let's see. I need to find the.
Like one for each of us.
I need to find my wild magic table.
Yes! I'm so excited for this.
I almost want to drink. I want to have one to. I'll join in.
Absolutely!
I'll drink to the returned.
I'll drink to that.
Oh my goodness.
hey, before we do that, I want to try something.
It's gonna be bad.
I want to go 10 feet within Rin and use prestidigitation and see if I can change the color of her eyes to blue.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, you'd be able to do that.
Okay.
What color?
Blue. Are they golden right now?
Yeah. My eyes are always gold.
Cool. I was wondering if you could see that bypass for different damage on your bow.
For different what?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
eye color
Oh,
change
that's
mode.
an interesting thought.
So is her eyes turned blue?
Yes.
Hey, Rin, go look in the mirror.
Yeah. Okay, so I get up and I go look in the mirror. What? What did you do?
Just prestidigitation. I've seen you mess with it too. I don't know,
What?
I've seen you mess with prestidigitation too, so, but more of a thought of, I wonder if that could change your bow damage.
Ooh. Hey, Kadrazat,
Yes.
is there somewhere nearby that I can shoot an arrow and not damage property?
Is there an archery range around?
I don't keep an archery range around. No. Your private rooms, your private quarters would be safe.
Yeah.
There's
Might
an
be
idea.
accommodating.
Okay, so Jisu, come with me. So we
Okay.
go up to my room.
As they're going up the stairs, like, hey,
As
hey,
I come
red
in,
dragon.
there's like a
Save a drink for me, we'll be right back.
as we go in, there's now like a big target. Like you see it like Ren Fair set up on the far side of the wall. And so I pull out my iris bow and like
Room stretches out.
notch it, and I shoot off an arrow from my iris bow.
Okay.
So to save this right there.
I'm trying to decide what my ruling is on this because I never decided what it would do if, like, your eyes were temporarily altered in color by some form of magic. So I have to make one call
Yeah.
right now. Like, does it work? I'm not sure.
My goal is to do
Right,
everything
yeah.
amazing with prestidigitation that I can.
You gotta. That's the rule.
I'd never thought of trying that because I thought that was a thaumaturgy thing. But well, it says specifically on thaumaturgy that you can do it. But
Yeah, like it's a temporary thing, but you could probably do it with prestidigitation as well.
that's so awesome.
Yeah, I'll say you fire off a bolt of cold energy.
Sweet.
Give each other a high five.
Boom.
Dude, that's awesome.
That's awesome. And I
Lots of
just
bow
put-
tricks.
I just put my bow back.
Yeah. All right.
And
so,
I'm down to 20 arrows. Yay!
The Kermit?
But,
That makes sense.
Yeah. Kadrazat is using the Red Dragon specials when you get back down.
I've got a little bit of like snow just from like the puff from hitting the.
Yes.
Nice.
So I've got a little bit of snow on my cloak.
Yeah. It slowly melts in the warmth of the tavern as you return down.
I was hoping to get noticed.
Oh,
Hoping it would get noticed.
Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't like melt immediately, so you probably got a couple minutes, but
Awesome.
let's see. Did you get? No, you didn't get muted, but I can't hear you anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, Sadie.
Oh.
You're not muted, but I don't hear you. So
Curious. Now you're muted. No, you're not.
No, not yet.
Awesome.
I love that. Can you hear me now? No.
Yeah, that's how it is on my side. It's like, yeah.
Well, she's figuring that out. I'm gonna run and use the bathroom real quick. So,
Nice.
Am I back?
There
we're
you
back. I will be back in a moment myself.
Okay.
That makes me so happy. Now, actually,
Right?
It's a good idea.
That was
so
genius.
you pretty much have access to any damage you want now.
So I know lightning for sure.
Blue is cold.
Green is force damage.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Blue is cold. I imagine like red is probably fire.
Oh, I should have shot it. I have violet eyes. I should have seen it that good.
Oh, yeah.
Necrotic, I'm guessing.
There's also like poison and thunder and
Yeah,
acid.
poison.
Man, that was an intense moment with Conjure. I didn't know how to like respond to it. Like, I was
Yeah.
Welcome to my world. I don't know how to respond to any of this crap.
Oh,
like, is this,
Yeah.
did I roleplay that well? Like the
Yeah.
That was good.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean he just
oh,
bore
that's
himself
so
to death.
cool.
I mean
It's like this,
naturally
you
that's
can't really
hard.
see it through the light, but it's like this neon, awesome green color.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can augment this as we go. See, go green.
I have like a horrible headcanon going on right now, you guys.
Ooh.
Sorry.
I've been finding images for this little mini feast I'm cooking, and it's like celebrating.
I can't believe that.
Celebrate!
I can't believe that actually worked.
I know.
I can't believe you let that work, David.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of figure where the Iris bow doesn't require attunement, with the intent being that you guys would pass it around to whoever's eye color would be most advantageous.
Beneficial, right?
Yeah, like
La-di-da with the vocab.
yeah.
Advantageous to today.
Anyway, Kadrazad is mixing up these Red Dragon specials as you come back.
Oh yeah.
How many of you are having
Here we
these?
Jesse, you want
I'm
one
having
too?
3,
Oh my
Four?
goodness.
4. There's me, Vindra, Zafine,
Jesu.
and Jasu.
I'm
Whoa.
setting out this time.
Alright.
Oh.
So there are going to be 4. Like as you come back down, you see him add the final ingredients, and just like you see these poof 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 poof, these little red dragon vapors come up as he finishes all the drinks at once. And,
Oh, I'm so excited.
We may as well grab one too. He hasn't gotten drunk yet.
Okay.
Good time for it.
So this is everybody except for Mouse and myself, correct?
I'm not gonna RP for Mouse.
She's doing yoga in the corner.
Although I
just
think you're
waiting.
rogue from X-Men. Like, you got X-Men.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
That's what they do in Paraguay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Must be a-
Wow.
I'm looking at it going, it reminds me of someone.
Recently
Welcome back to
someone
Land of the Living.
this dish of like braised cauliflower and asparagus in
Oh
chicken
my
stock
gosh, it was amazing.
with lots of like a butter glaze and parmesan, and it's really good.
Whoa.
It was so good. I almost got mushrooms today.
No,
To put in it.
Stopper.
Almost. I didn't do it. I'm starting to think maybe I should have, but
yeah, it's a vegetarian dish that is not a health food at all.
it makes me so happy.
Very comfortable.
Yes.
That's right.
All right. So who's gonna drink theirs first?
I'll show him how it's done. Let's see. Constitution check first, right?
Yeah.
No, you better have Vindra do it first so she doesn't back out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
probably
yeah.
true.
Oh,
Yeah.
Vindra's tough. Like she's probably not going to be scared off. She's just kind of like, this is going to be interesting. Like, so
What better
She's-
reason than to go first?
she's heard about this, but she hasn't tried it herself. So
Just look at her and go, ladies first.
all right, just a second here.
With that kind of an invitation, I kind of want to down it at the same time as Vindra.
Yes.
Oh, yes!
Okay.
We just
Did
all
not
shot it all at
first.
once.
Let's see. I'm gonna. I'll roll the effects for you this time, just because this is a ridiculous table that I have. It's like a D10,000.
Oh my goodness! Holy,
Whoa.
not even 100. Holy shit!
Yeah, like you would have to. You'd have to roll quite a few.
Do the 10% one.
Yeah. So. It's so ridiculous.
Oh, what's happening? What is happening?
Okay, so everyone that is standing within 10 feet of her needs to roll a d20 right now.
Wow.
Oh. Of Shara?
Sorry,
Or of Vindra.
Oh, of Vindra.
Vindra.
You said how far?
10 feet.
You got a 14.
Oh, I imagine I'm in 10 feet.
16 for Jesu and 4 for Sameas.
Okay.
15 for Tamati.
All right. So there are a couple of people at the bar nearby that are like not members of your group. One of them rolled a natural 1, so they are the
Oh no.
So like Vindra downs this, and there's just sort of this like burst of some kind of strange purplish dust from her hair that bursts out, and it kind of settles in on this one guy.
Oh no.
And he like is drinking his beer, and he sets it down. He immediately starts stripping all his clothes off. He waits until he is like all the way down to basically underwear, pulls a key out of his pocket and shoves it over to the guy next to him. It's just like, take my house and all my things. I'm going to go live alone in the mountains now.
Dude.
So, that guy renounced all his possessions and became an ascetic.
Woo!
Good thing we didn't get that.
the lowest roll was
Oh, dude, Samas was right there. Dude.
What we wanted.
what a weird ending for Sameas that would have been.
That would have been awesome.
Again.
Oh, what a missed
That would have been
opportunity.
perfect.
All right, and Zafine.
All right.
Oh, we lost your mic again, Sadie.
I can hear you saying no wonder no one's answering you out there, but I can't hear you over the mic. So.
No. I was gonna say maybe try switching to cell phone, but
Am I back now?
Oh, there you are.
Okay, what did Sameas roll?
2.
4.
Okay,
Oh, 4,
I got
four.
6.
6 with his modifier.
What modifier? Which one?
There wasn't a modifier for this. It
Oh,
was just
Oh,
Straight roll.
then 4.
yeah, like the the Constitution roll is to see if you get drunk, like when you.
That was to see who was going to change
Speaking
their
of which, I
life.
should roll that for Vindra. No,
Yeah.
Vindra is not drunk. She rolled a natural 19 on that. She
Wow.
she has decent constitution, so she
Bravo.
knocks it back and is just kind of like, "Whew, that's is that guy okay? Like,
I think of all of us, you might be the only one.
It's a
Let's
life-changing
see.
experience.
So,
Wow.
and as Zafine knocks back her drink, her ears suddenly puff out to the size of dinner plates.
Yes!
Whoa.
Whoa, Sophie, look at your ears. That's so cool.
Oh, that's a new one.
You can hear very well right now.
Yeah, do I have advantage to hearing checks?
Yes, you do. So,
I'll take it.
Yeah, she hears what you just are.
and yeah, you like Kajrazad is just like I think that effect should wear off in an hour or so.
Oh, it could have been useful, but
It's like I'm not so sure about the man who left just now.
You could be in real trouble.
Oh, man.
Awesome.
so I just rolled a 14 for my constitution.
Okay, so you are drunk. You are.
Darn. And so I can hear everything, so I'm just reacting to everything.
Yeah.
Ooh, Just start wandering over, listening
What
to
is
people.
that noise?
Say what now? Really?
Okay, let's see. Who's next?
Just a little go.
Okay.
I think I'll go last just because I'm enjoying watching everybody else just tank.
I am not going to use that effect that I just rolled.
Oh.
It's so disruptive. I could not like
What was it?
target teleports to the exact place where he was born.
Oh my
Whoa!
gosh.
I'm not using that one.
Whoa!
This is the defining moment. We know we're in good hands.
Wow!
The Underdark.
The Sumerians became an ascetic just to went back to the Underdark. We're just ending like every night.
Wow!
Wow.
As fun of an effect as that would be, it's like we can't deal with that right now. That's I don't know, unless I made it like a temporary teleport where it's like you're there for a few minutes and then you're back.
I'm down for it.
Dang!
Sneaking around, seeing what's up.
If you want to, I'm down for it if it's temporary.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you survive a few minutes on your own there in the Underdark?
If you're down, I'm down. Since it's temporary.
Roll the second one and see which one's more funny.
I almost think go for the Underdark. I mean, it's temporary, so.
Oh, and some of these actually have like duration rolls as well to say how long this lasts, and I wasn't paying attention to that. I was just ruling.
Oh my goodness.
The duration on that is until the target has married.
Wow!
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. But
I think it could be really interesting, but
Mouse,
It's
you
like-
need it in the Underdark.
get into the Underdark, like.
yeah, Jasu blinks out of existence for you guys and appears in a very fancy. My voice is cracking. A very you go to the Underdark. Jerry Seinfeld.
So
Let's
excited!
go to the Underdark.
Oh my God. What's the deal with the dark elves?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna like die.
Yeah, you pop into existence again in this it's not a familiar room to you. But you are in a very ornately decorated room that appears to be some kind of medical hall. And there's a lot of medical equipment, both magical and non-magical here. It's very dark, and you're near enough a window to see outside that it is not the normal darkness of like evening or night out there. You see like the distant twinkling of glowing mushrooms, and you immediately get this sense of horrible dread as you realize that you where you are. And roll a perception check for me.
I'm at the bar going, holy crap, he's gone!
You went to the ethereal plane, you went to the Underdark.
Just like, you're like...
Yeah. I'm just the plane
teleporter.
shifter.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
are you still there?
Okay. So, you hear footsteps coming down the hall.
I am going to stealth and try and hide.
All right, there are a few places in the room that you can try to hide, like behind.
Daryl?
Huh?
Daryl?
Yes.
Come on, Chris.
19 plus...
You dexty man. Hide your butt off.
26.
Okay. Yeah, you hear these footsteps and immediately, like, very quietly throw yourself behind one of the tables in here and kind of duck in under it so that in case anyone looks around, you won't be quite so obvious. And you kind of are able to crane your neck to see that in through the doorway comes a drow woman that appears to be, maybe from her dress, you would guess like a doctor or a midwife or something like that. And she is leading in a human woman that is chained around the neck and like just looks like she's like, you know, I don't know, like 15 months pregnant kind of look. Like she's about to pop. And the drow leads her in and like yanks on the chain, pulling her because she's not walking fast enough, because she's waddling a little bit. She's can't move as quickly as she would like to because she's just way too pregnant at this point to even really be able to like, and clearly in labor. And the drow like jerks her into the room and sort of forces her up onto one of these tables and begins to administer some kind of medicines to this woman while she is she's pleading not to take the medicines, whatever they are. She's forced, and you're only there about 10 seconds longer before you blink back into Kajazat's sanctuary.
Oh,
He's
That's
back! Yeah!
Yesu just looks horrified. And like shaking a little bit.
What the what?
And
Take
just,
more.
just runs up to his room. Oh no, I need to make a constitution save, right?
Yeah, let's see if you get drunk or not.
See how well you get up the stairs.
Yeah.
Funny. Let's see how.
Oh, he drunk!
8.
Yeah, you're very drunk.
So he yes, he just looks horrified and then just smashes it out. But you guys know something really bad. You saw something bad.
That was an unexpected.
That got dark.
Yeah.
Nice. Sameas is next, yeah?
Like this is my improv face. I'm just like, what happens there?
Mouse is gonna take one too. I won't RP for her, but she'll take one too.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Mouse, Sameas, and me.
All right. So.
Or Sameas and me.
Oh. No, never mind. I can't. Never mind. That'd be retconning. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So Sameas knocks his back. Go ahead and make his roll to see if he's drunk beforehand. We probably should have done that for you, but
That is a 17.
okay. So he's drunk.
Just dropping like flies.
Yeah.
It's a way high DC on this thing, man.
It's
No,
a high
like
DC for the Red Dragon special is a high DC, man.
Isn't
That's
it
my
25?
favorite part.
I think it was 25.
Yeah. So Jessu and Sameas literally cannot reach 25 on their.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's
Yeah.
not
Well,
20,
if you rolled a natural 20, I'd still count that as a success
Okay.
on this. But
there's almost no
Yes.
other way for them to.
yeah. So Sameas like knocks back his drink, and this wind starts to blow through the room, and all cloth within 50 yards of him begins to dissolve. In this wind, everyone's clothes are just starting to dissolve unless they're magical.
I have magic gloves on.
Yeah, like cloaks
got
of
a cloak.
Elvenkind, things like that.
Yes.
Those aren't dissolving. Everything else is just dissolving.
Well,
Sweet. Conscious has my cloak of Elvenkind.
I got mine.
there are a lot
Where
of
it's greasy.
like everyone in the tavern is now quite naked and quite confused, except for a few people with magic items. And,
And I'm comatose right now, so.
yeah. And Kadrazat just like Kadrazat's clothes are
How
not
drunk am I?
magic. You're very, very drunk. You are very, very drunk.
Am I like still conscious or am I just out?
I think you're probably out with. Yeah, Kadrazat looks down as his kimono just kind of dissolves. You see, he's like he looks very muscular. All of his skin is that same deep color, and he just kind of looks down. And he's, would anyone like another?
I'm still waiting for. Did you say Mouse wants to do it too?
Why not?
I still haven't done mine. I'm just loving this. Like, after dying and coming back and watching all this happen, I'm like, this is what living is.
That's right. This is what we're living
I
for.
just run up to my room real fast
Yeah.
and grab one of my spare tunics and throw it
Yeah,
on.
same with Mouse. Sure, she.
Yeah. Let's see. Your room's far enough away that it didn't dissolve away in there. But that's all cloth within 50 yards. That's a pretty solid distance. There are, people there are people outside the sanctuary on the street. That just have their
The
clothes
streets are
dissolved
just
away.
evacuating.
There's some people who are
Yeah.
just like, what just happened?
Yeah, knowing Mouse, she grabs
150 feet, you guys.
she grabs a little something to
50
cover.
yards. That's 150 feet. So,
Yeah.
That's farther than I can see in the dark.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's
I
see
can't
who's
see in the
next
dark.
here.
Yeah,
Mouse?
as I notice my clothes starting to deteriorate, I run up to my room and just grab an extra tunic.
Okay.
And Mouse stealths away to get some more stuff.
Yeah.
I go over to the windows because I'm hearing all the commotion outside from the startle.
Yeah, there's
I just kind
There's-
of cuddled up in my cloak.
yeah. Just like, you know.
You wrap it up like a toga around you.
Yeah, right? Oh, that's
Have your
okay.
hood hanging down as like a pouch for your spices and stuff.
Perfect.
Just pin your giant ears back behind your head.
No, I need those to listen to this interesting stuff.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of chaos going on out there. People are like running to and fro. Other people are just gawking, like, what just happened?
I'm just kind of elbows on the frame, just chin in my hands, just kind of watching. Like, this is fun.
There's one woman out there that does not look bothered at all. She's just kind of like dancing. it's just like,
Now the part of my day.
yeah. She's like, I wasn't expecting this, but this is fine. Like,
I just want to say for flavor that I ran up and grabbed like a burgundy tunic. It's a burgundy color.
okay. Who's next then?
Mouse, totally.
Cool.
If she's gonna do it, I'm gonna let her do it first.
Yeah, Mouse goes.
I gotta stay conscious for all of this.
I left the living realm. I have to witness all of the Red Dragon specials.
I must know.
Let's see here. Some of these I'm just skipping because they're not interesting or funny. Or don't really apply to this situation because they're more like if you are casting a wild magic, like a spell in wild magic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm skipping some things because they don't really work. But which I mean with a
Why a
list of
10,000 table?
a list of 10,000 effects, not all of them are going to necessarily work.
Yeah.
But-
They all don't land. You are now ambidextrous.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
2 minutes.
Yeah, Mouse is completely convinced that she is going to die in the next minute. And so begins to panic about that.
Dreams and rolls stealth and tries to hide and run away. Well, actually, I have to roll if she's drunk or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has 0 constitution.
Oh yeah.
12.
Yeah, she's very drunk and very convinced that she's going to die within the next minute.
Gonna get attacked.
Did she
And,
roll stealth with disadvantage since she's drunk?
Yeah, yes.
Because her instinct is to like hide and.
Yeah. And because she is so drunk, she also is kind of losing her concept of time, so she's not sure how long a minute is right now. And so she is just terrified, like, for the next at least 10 minutes or so, that she's like, it hasn't quite been a minute, has it? I'm gonna die any moment. She's just panicking.
That's even with disadvantage, 17 stealth.
Nice.
She has plus 11 stealth.
Wow.
She ducks under a table and
You're like screaming.
yeah.
Oh man.
This is after she went and re-robed.
Yeah. All right, is that just Tamati now?
I believe so.
Marty, bring it home.
Yep.
Roll your Constitution save first.
I rolled a 10, so a total of 17. I'm drunk.
Yeah, you were very drunk, so drunk that it seems like the room is spinning. And to everyone else, you know that the room is not spinning. His head is literally spinning. For the next... Let's see. Yeah, for the next minute and a half, your head is just literally spinning at the neck really rapidly.
Yeah, and the sound catches my attention with my big ears, and I'm just like, whoa, I'm starting to get dizzy following it, trying to
I think I might have to roll to see if I puke. Hang on.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
I rolled a 9, so I don't know how you want to call that one.
Well, what's your bonus with that? Like a Constitution
Saving throw is
save
7.
Yeah, you're
So
fine.
total of 16.
You start to feel a little like, but you
Oh, can you imagine if he'd failed that though?
just every
Projectile sprinkler vomiting.
Episode title.
That's what I was hoping for.
That would put the Exorcist to shame.
I'm retroactively raising the DC on that. You throw up everywhere. That's a retcon.
You got the nasty health potions down in there too, so that helps.
Yep, just sort of like this pinkish spray everywhere.
Oh, I use prestidigitation to clean it off of myself.
Yeah, I pull my ears around to my face and wipe my eyes with my ears.
Oh, I love it.
Zareth kind of looks around at all of you in amusement, and she's just like, I haven't had one in a while. This looks like fun.
Whoa, my head's spinning. Yeah.
And she's just like, Kajuzat, mix me one. And he kind of gives her a look and it's like, yes, ma'am. And looking around, Tathael's also here, and she's just like, oh, there's a time for new experiences, right?
Kajuzat, do you have cocoa?
What's that?
Do you have cocoa, Kajuzat? I just want some cocoa.
Certainly. And he starts a little bit of water beginning to heat so that he can make it for you. Let's see, Zareth and Tathael get their drinks. A couple more puffs of red dragons. Oh, Zareth's fine. Zareth doesn't drink at all. Like, I mean, right. I shouldn't be surprised by that. She rolled a natural 19 though, so that's.
Oh, gee.
Like, let's see, with her bonus, that is.
So far, the only two that have not gotten off their face drunk are Binder and Zareth. Yeah, Zareth got a total of 27 on her save there, because she has a +8 to her con saves. So. But she still gets a weird effect. Let's find out what that is.
The ride's not over.
You can tell who's been in gate the longest.
Build up a constitution.
Yeah, some of these just really don't apply, like because they're like combat effects or things like that. That just wouldn't be useful right now.
It's really only like 9,000.
Yeah. And there's the all cloth within 50 yards begins to digest itself effect again, and I'm like, I'm gonna skip that one because that's already happened. How did it? In 10,000, I rolled the same thing twice within like 15 minutes. How does that even?
Jeez.
It's kind of impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, that's a combat effect, but that would be crazy. Like, caster's next spell functions as a disintegrate spell instead, no matter what it might be. What if you were healing somebody?
That'd be terrible.
No!
Let me change your eye color.
Yeah, we're gonna skip that one because again, she's probably not going to be casting anything right now. She's not a caster, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoa. That would be awful.
That would be so rough. Like, it could be great if it's like, you know, an attack spell, or it could be awful if you're trying to heal one of your.
You're like, okay, you're down to 1 hit point. Let me heal you. I'll cast Healing Word at 6th level. Disintegration Ray.
Yeah.
Let me change your eye color.
Oh, my eyes!
That's hilarious, but again, not really applicable. It's like, target's weapon is 20% likely to droop like a noodle in battle.
20% likely.
I mean, like, it could be funny still. Like, she drinks it and she holds up, like, an axe or something and it just goes whoop.
Made out of rubber.
Let's see. Okay, sure, we'll go with this one. Like, anyone who is looking at Zareth at the time that she downs it, it finds themselves completely dusted with flour. This flour just kind of like anyone was looking at her. Also,
that's
I love...
kind of hit and miss on mine.
Yeah, just like you're
because I kind of am every couple of seconds.
Yeah, you get little, like, for the next few seconds, you get little like. Also, we're like, the duration doesn't apply to that because it's kind of an instantaneous effect. But the duration is until the target has hidden a cursed rupee beneath a tall mountain. So just anyone that looks at Zareth is going to get dusted with flour until she goes and hides a cursed rupee. No, we're not going to do that. But
That's awesome.
Comedic relief, keep cursed.
Yeah.
Or just walk around. Just,
And Tathael downs hers, and she might also have avoided becoming drunk. That's a natural 18.
oh.
Yeah, I think with her bonus, she rolled exactly the DC. If I remember.
Oh.
So she avoids getting super drunk. Like, she's a little tipsy, but everything metal within about 15 feet of her immediately just kind of like attracts itself. Like, as her bones become intensely magnetic.
I'm trying to hang on to my
That's kind of
amulet.
dangerous.
Like,
That's really
okay.
dangerous.
Yeah.
I carry lots of metal
Like-
objects.
Me unconsciously. What about Semaeus?
Semaeus has enough metal on him that Semaeus just kind of like,
It like drags the chair like.
yeah, poor. And like anyone who's carrying weapons, their chair is dragged across the floor, like if they have metal on their weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody that has weapons on them, or like anything metal on them, is just probably cuddling Tathael right now.
Yep.
she's
We
just
all
kind of,
giving her a hug.
oh, hello.
And we're
And
friends.
Kadrazat, still naked and just kind of idly going about his work, is just, he just kind of looks at the whole situation and is like, nah.
Oh, I love this drink. As I say that, my head's spinning like mad.
Yes.
I love this drink.
Oh, if
Oh, I love
I
the
could
Red
capture
Dragon
that
special.
in a picture, man. It's my favorite. That's why every chance I get,
That was a great impromptu invention.
Yeah, I'm glad the Red Dragon special happened, even though it was just one of those things I kind of ended up making up on the spot. I was like, yeah, this world needs this.
It definitely needs this.
Sure did.
Talk about the mood whiplash, though, going from like Kadrazat kind of talking about his backstory to all this nonsense.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, Kadrazat was not really planning on sharing all that stuff with anyone until he kind of saw how, like, everything that Jisoo is dealing with, he could just kind of feel that, and was like, I kind of, like, you're kind of a kindred spirit in a way, so.
And then he goes to the Underdark.
Yes. Also mood whiplash. Like, everybody else has these crazy effects, and you end up, like, seeing some of the horrors of your origins for a few minutes.
I'm just gonna be like the angst of the party.
Yes.
I just
You're
imagine
our Vax.
actually. I just imagine that my amulet, my talisman,
Yeah.
like when she becomes magnetic, it just like yanks
Yeah,
off of my
sure.
neck and like breaks the thread that I was using to hold it onto my neck, and
Let's.
just like
I'm gonna roll for that. No, it holds. It just kind of like it pulls your head a little bit, but it does not break. And just like for the next 5 minutes or so, it's just kind of hanging there in the air, trying to pull over to her.
That's funny.
I've got my like sword stuff on, and so I'm just kind of like embracing it and just come over and giving Tathael a big hug.
Yeah.
If I could see straight, I probably would.
Yeah, you guys.
So the Mace is drunk and Jessu's just out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye. While Mouse is panicking under a table.
Yes.
It's gone.
As all of these effects start to wear off, you guys have your feast that has been.
That I just
Well,
cook
before
in
that-
my robe, my toga thing for my clothes.
Yeah.
Toga of elven kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before that, when Jesse wakes up, he's going to like scream and like pull out his quarterstaff ready to like fight, and then like realize he's not in the Underdark.
I stared at him
Yeah.
with flour all over myself, going, "Dude, it's okay. It's all good. I'm not a
Someone
ghost."
get him a blanket.
Oh, he's still got clothes on.
And Jesse just goes up to his room.
Yeah. Yeah, you're still wearing some clothing because you have like the gi that is
Yeah.
magical and
Yeah, I
stuff.
have
So you're
Oh, that's right. That's right.
so you're
My only magical thing is my amulet, so I had to go up for
yeah.
Mouse has a magic.
Like some people have left the tavern. A few people just kind of like look down, sort of shrug, and continue drinking, and just don't really worry about it. They're just like, "It's been a long day, man." Like,
That's why I'm here.
Probably like the best thing.
just hear like one guy is just like, people always have to order the Red Dragon special. Just like
Oh, on his way up. On his way up to his room, does Jesse see the key that the guy left on the table?
his friend took it, but
Okay. He's gonna.
yeah, his friend that he had been talking to took the key, and then when he suddenly became quite naked, he ran out.
Okay.
So,
Jesse was just gonna grab and like toss it to Kadra, like, hey, if he comes back.
yeah.
But yeah, Jesse just goes up to his room, just
Okay. But as the night goes on, you kind of start to, everybody, like, you never totally sober up, especially if you kind of keep drinking, but you get back to a little more control of yourself. And Vindra and Zareth say, after you've been talking for some time and doing other things for some time, they say, like, Vindra's, well, I don't want to bring the mood down or anything, but we need to figure out a way to deal with that Barghest. So, I think that we need a plan. It's going to try to lay traps for us. We need to try to lead it into a trap instead.
Got a great plan. You guys wait here. I'll run after it.
Yeah. Like,
No.
As I fall backwards off my stool and crash on the chair.
by this time, Jesse's back downstairs.
okay.
Wait, I really do want to try this though.
Yeah.
Can we try the thing where we're all like levitating and see like how well Tamati can run?
Wait, what?
Like, as you were saying, like, you know, everybody stay here, I'll run after it, Zareth, like, immediately, before you even fall over, just, like, puts a firm hand on your shoulder, is just like, I think there's been enough of that. Like, and then you fall over, and she just kind of lets it happen.
I jump up and I go lean over to Kadra. I was like, "Hey, I don't have any spare clothes. Or can I buy some?"
Maybe just a little side note: Jesse and Tamati are the only ones who can be naked and have their normal armor class.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yes, it's true.
Just saying.
And that's another fact of this, is that anyone that would have been wearing like leather or metal armor, that's not going to dissolve. It's just cloth.
Oh, then I would have had my armor on still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got no armor.
Okay, same with Mouse. Oh, and Zafine. Yeah, she Yeah, I forgot you were a monk.
Trying to figure out how much mine is armor.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess it'd be mostly like leather hides, so.
yeah, I'd say that like you're wearing a fair enough amount of cloth that you are probably still pretty exposed. That's like it's. uh, It's just like I guess yeah. Oh, that's Kadrazat takes a few gold coins out from behind the bar and he slides them over to Jasu. Says, "Sorry about that. You might need to restock your disguise kit after that."
Oh.
The costumes in your disguise kit would have just they're gone. So Kadrazat's just like, we'll it's like the house will cover that, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Hey, and thanks for the talk earlier.
Of course.
I had this guy's kit too.
Oh yeah. He'll pass you a few gold for that too. Just
Didn't Mouse have one too that you brought her back?
Anybody who has like a disguise kit or any kind of thing like that. He's just like, yeah, that one's that effect is a little problematic. Like,
Oh, my fine clothes.
Next week, shopping episode.
As everyone goes out to buy new clothes.
We can treat ourselves to new wardrobe after we beat our guest.
Woo!
Yeah, Vindra and Zareth are sort of trying to discuss options.
So,
Rin is not entirely paying attention. She's kind of swirling at her swirling her cocoa and staring at it.
Okay. But yeah, Vindra is just saying, like, we need to find a way to force the bar guest to come to us. That guarantees that we will be able to meet it in force. That's like best protection.
Well, it could jump, it could run, it's got away from us. We'd need some sort of lure, perhaps.
said it goes after powerful people.
Yes,
Zorith-
but it still
Zorith
ran
kind
from
of-
us.
Yeah, Zorith kind of shrugs. It seeks out powerful targets, but it's not stupid. It knows it
Yeah.
would be outmatched if it had to face all of us at once. We need to find a way
Yeah.
to...
I'm just saying if there's a way we could draw it in, and if it thought that Tamati was like on a angry vendetta rage murder rampage again, might try and come after him. But if we're
Yeah.
I stand up back to the bar, a little more sober now that I've had my head smashed a couple times. And you go, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Not running in by myself, but I have amazing bait.
Vindra turns to Tamati and says, You're lucky that the rest of us were so close behind. I think that the bar guest wanted to try to whittle us down, but if it had had more time, I suspect it would have stayed there and eaten your soul. We wouldn't have had such an easy time bringing you back. We may not have been able to.
Whoa.
No getting
Didn't
souls.
think of that.
As,
You didn't
No,
think
no,
of that?
No.
You didn't. We just talked
I
about
didn't know their attacks were magical. Why would I freaking know
There's more
that?
guys.
Pay attention to that.
it's just like,
Magical, how much? Oh, I have no idea.
it's as powerful as it is because of the number of souls it has consumed. Says, your soul is undoubtedly quite powerful. We're not entirely certain of the number of souls that it's consumed. It's possible that yours could have been the last one to push it over the edge, or it's possible that yours could have instead empowered it, made it even more dangerous. We're very lucky that the rest of us were close enough behind that it didn't feel safe in stopping to eat you, basically.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
And in fact, I didn't think of that until after the game, and then I was like, oh wait, it might have taken the time out for that if I had thought of that, but then I was like, no, everybody's right behind, so it's not going to be like, it's not going to try to go for that when there are so many people right there that could potentially really be a threat to it, but...
Yeah.
I was thinking about that the whole time. I was like, he's gonna get eaten!
Yeah.
See, this is why we have multiple people on the team.
Yeah.
Don't separate the party.
That's why I didn't do it, is now that I look at the stat block and stuff, the eating a soul takes a full minute. So
Oh yeah, they all would have been on there by then.
yeah, everybody would have shown up and started unloading on it while I was trying to focus on that, so it knew everybody was too close behind.
Ah!
Good.
Ah!
But
Damn it.
I mean, if we can think of a way not to use Tamati as bait, that's all the better.
No,
Or, I
that'd be
mean, I have a crazy idea where we could all try and, like, link arms and have Tamati just run crazy again, but
great. Voltron style. Not that
Very-
Voltron is.
half-baked.
yeah. Zara,
Basically a couple of months.
Jump
Zara's
on the
kind
crazy
of
train.
thinks about it for a moment and then just... It might be feasible, but my concern is that the bar guest would recognize that it was being followed and it would not stop and try to attack. It would just continue to run if it sensed that much power in one place. It might not think it would be safe to strike. We need to find a way to conceal our presence and our numbers.
Plus, we can also use me as bait because I can grab protection from evil and good.
Hey, Kajazat,
Yes?
is that... I don't know how much you would know about this, but for Barget, do you think non-detection could help shield you from a Barget sensing you? Or does that only work for Scry?
It applies to divination magic. I'm not especially familiar with Barghest. They are fiends, but neither devils nor demons, nor in fact Yugoloths, although they are most closely aligned with Yugoloths.
There's a couple of those down there. Well, sort of those.
So I'm not certain whether their senses rely on divination magic or if they are
Telepathic or...
telepathic based on scent. I have no idea. So, I can't say I had many dealings with Yugoloths in general. Both devils and demons occasionally pay Yugoloths to fight on their side in the Blood War. There is a common suspicion on both sides that the Yugoloths really are attempting to manipulate things towards their own interests, and as such, we have only the contact with them that is absolutely necessary, hiring mercenaries and such. Can't say I ever experienced it personally.
Ooh, I have Shield of Faith. Beautiful.
And every time Kadrazat speaks, you see kind of a look of almost disgust on Tathiel's face. She kind of tends to turn away whenever Kadrazat is speaking, or whenever he is the focus in the conversation. Tathiel kind of turns away and looks Just she doesn't like the she doesn't like devils.
Understandably.
Nathal, do you know
kind
anything
of
about these?
Of Barges specifically?
Yeah.
Very little. They're related to Yugoloths in the same way that Rakshasas are related to devils. Just as they're similar and yet not of the category. They're something different that often is aligned similarly. So,
I actually just got an idea. Sorry, after you.
no, go ahead.
Our guest doesn't know that Tomato's alive again. So what if he has an angry friend looking for it, trying to get revenge?
Vindra kind of nods.
I could be the bait if you guys want. Just please get there soon.
That may be feasible if we can hide not only our own presence but especially Tamati's. Then we may be able to convince the creature that it is facing off against only one angry, vengeful friend and not the entire group.
That's a good idea.
If it is intelligent though it may be, if its bloodlust and its pride outweigh that, then perhaps we might be able to fool it into thinking it is continuing to pick us off one by one. That may be the best path.
I can cast that protection from good and evil on any willing creature.
Like I said, I could be the bait. Like I'm pretty fast and kind of more designed for on the ground, darting and dodging.
Yeah.
And Zareth is thinking and says, what concerns me most is the Barges mobility.
Mm-hmm.
It's been able to move very quickly. It's been able to make huge leaps. We need to find a way to hold it in place to prevent it from getting away from us once we trap it.
I mean, I've got a stunning strike that could hopefully go well.
And I have levitate. I can levitate, but he might overwhelm its ability to stop it.
And Tamati, you recognize that the Barghest also has the ability to cast Levitate. And so
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's happened to you, so
floaty, not good.
You make a save when they get levitate, or is it just low?
Yeah. Yeah, they get a save.
If it's a
Yeah, I think
contested.
they gotta say
So I'd have at least a small chance
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, worth a
Need
try.
chance.
before I become competitive.
Hmm.
No, they don't get a save.
What?
Tamati did not get a save, and the spell description does not call for a save. It just says one creature or object of your choice that you can see within range rises vertically up to 20 feet and remains suspended there for the duration, which
Whoa.
is
Really?
concentration up to 10 minutes.
Well, I think I've been. Well, yeah, dang. Because
Yeah.
I
let's
can like
levitate that sucker.
Yeah. So,
I still they have good dexterity, so I'm guessing they're not going to be spared dexterity. But who knows, probably.
but
If we can get
to,
close enough, then I can do that.
we'd have to act quickly, Zareth says, and we would need We would need to scout out a battleground on which we would have the advantage, one with which we can familiarize ourselves before anything approaches, before we have to deal with this, so that we are not fighting on uncertain ground.
You guys have any magic that if it is telepathic, you can like heal that? And if it's the other thing we could try and do.
Okay, so on my sheet it says that an unwilling is on a Constitution saving throw is unaffected.
Maybe that is specific to your
It might
racial
be.
granted version of it, because the spell,
Maybe it is.
The spell, as I read it, doesn't say anything about. Oh no, wait, there it is. Constitution saving throw. It's not capitalized here.
Oh.
So like I
Hiding in there.
missed it partially because it's not capitalized,
Mm-hmm.
and it has a weight limit.
Yeah, Tomato, if you're just like 200 more pounds, you would have been fine.
That's another
Why aren't you
concern is
fatter?
what is the weight of the Barghest? You're not entirely
Yeah.
sure. It's a pretty large
Pretty big.
creature though. So.
What's the weight of a werebear? That's the other question. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I had to do a retroactive roll just to see. Roll the 4. Changes nothing.
Yeah.
One of these days, it's going to make a difference.
One of these days.
One of these days, is retroactive rolls will make it.
Yeah. Vindra takes out her spell book and begins kind of paging through it, looking for anything that might be useful.
I'm
I
not
don't know
gonna-
how.
Protection from good and evil, but that just gives them disadvantage on their strike. I mean, that would help you survive long enough to get there, but
Vindra also mentions, I think one of our biggest hurdles to overcome is going to be that not only does the creature seem smart enough to plan, it seems that its senses are quite well honed. It seemed very aware of our positions.
Mhm.
And
How to place
on
itself.
it's
I can make myself look like a different creature.
that may actually be of use to us.
Like disguise self-wise, or?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can do that too.
Depending on the nature of the creature's senses.
Yeah, it's true.
We're not entirely certain.
Oh, it's always prepared. I'm like, I can't prepare it. I don't have it. Oh, it's always prepared. Woohoo!
But you spend some time trying to begin hashing out the beginnings of a plan, perhaps some approaches that you might take.
What was that part?
I was
Yeah,
just
you
saying
just said-
you spend some time beginning to try to hash out the beginnings of a plan, trying to sort of sort out what you might do to try to entrap the Barghest in such a way that it will not have the upper hand next time.
Zafine, you have stunning strike too, right? Yeah.
Stunning strike, yep. Sure do.
I think we gotta stun it. Those are two options.
Yeah, we both have a stun. I have levitate. I mean, but if it has a high constitution, all of these tries altogether might not amount to anything if it has a high enough constitution,
Loki can force it to move.
which is good.
And Zareth
Be
If we,
able
is-
if we do end up stunning it though, everyone just focus on killing the Barget.
Well, which is kind of what we tried to do before, but we just couldn't keep up with it.
Well, yeah. But I'm saying if there's any way we can incapacitate it.
For sure.
I mean, I know that there's the 2 Yugoloths also, but I mean, it seems like those guys aren't as skillful at it.
And Zareth says, and unfortunately we don't have the luxury of time. We have to, whatever action we take, we have to take it quickly, likely tomorrow. Otherwise we risk the Barghest taking more victims and growing stronger, or perhaps achieving its goal, which admittedly would at least get it out of our hair and gate, but I don't know that I would like to see it actually escape. It would be easier if we didn't have to deal with it, but I want to stop it now before it can become some greater problem down the road.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
So we don't have the luxury of a great amount of setup time, whatever we choose to do.
And it seems like we wouldn't have to be in the Goblin District either, because it was extending its attack patterns, so maybe we could lure it somewhere where the natural setting might give us a little bit more of an advantage.
Potentially. It has been stretching its legs, beginning to hunt outside of its home territory.
Where did we first run into it when it was in the goblin form? Was it in the goblin slums or was it outside of that?
I think it was in its goblin form first.
Yeah, and then it changed.
You briefly saw it in goblin form.
Well, yeah, but was it in the slums or was it outside of the slums?
It
It
was.
was in the slums at the time.
Okay.
Well, once again, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back. Sorry, guys.
Hate being limited on spells.
Huh?
Hate being limited on spells.
What do you mean?
Join the club, but I've hit like the apex of my spell casting.
It's true. No, I got 4 spells.
I'll be like
per
level
turn, but I can
15
only
like-
cast 2.
Mm.
2d4.
So I'm like, okay, I can do disguise self. That's 1 spell slot. And it's like, do I use detect good and evil, or do I use protect from good and evil?
I have 2 spells and 2 spell slots, so I can use 1
It just, I mean, it's
for 2, 1, 1. I have Ray of Frost, which slows it down.
That's a fun one.
I know. But I'm just talking about slowing it down.
Mouse has that too.
Yeah.
You guys could get it like.
Can we stack it, maybe?
Yeah, I think it does stack.
Yeah.
I
that could
double
be
check the damage, but it should stack. I would think.
From 2 different people, right?
It would make sense. Because if you could get it to only 40 feet per round, that'd be.
That would go a long way to us being able
Have
to.
to watch out for the Yugoloths teleporting. Hey David, there's a Ray of Frost from 2 different people stack on slowing it down.
Now, say that again, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Would Ray of Frost from 2 different people stack on -10 movement?
I don't believe it would stack, no. I think it would...
Bummer.
I believe that would be the sort of effect that only processes once at a time, at least. Like, you could do it multiple times in a row, but not multiple times for the same.
Target.
Yeah, not at the same in the same round, essentially.
Even if it's only 10, that's still really
That still helps a lot.
still very significant.
Yeah.
2 stage advice.
Yeah, no, the effects of the same spell cast multiple times don't stack. Pardon me.
That's what Jeremy says.
Yeah, that's like one of the general philosophies of 5th edition is to try to avoid super stacking things like that, because it could get really broken in 3rd edition and 3.5, because people would build these insane stacking effects that would like, they'd be cool and they'd be effective in combat, but they'd also be just a huge pain to track, and nobody wanted to deal with that in this edition.
Yeah.
And this is an edition that in many ways kind of tries to focus on bringing back some simplicity that got a little bit lost in the last couple of editions.
Makes sense.
A lot of that stuff is left
kind of
to
on
be
the same-
off, but-
On the same train of thought, how would that work with mine and Rin's hexes?
I would say hexes cast on multiple stats would stack, but cast on the same
Okay.
stat, they would,
Oh, well, yeah, no, just all like, oh, I want dexterity and she wants. But,
yeah.
Yeah. Like you
could
cast it on
both-
Dex and I cast it on Constitution, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Which,
I'm still so mad I was like 10 feet out of like the hex range. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and
I want to do its dexterity.
yeah, hex affects their skill checks, but not saves, so keep
Saves.
that in mind.
That's right. So Constitution would not be the best one to.
Yeah, like if it did affect saves, that would be awesome, I admit, but that's
Oh,
not
that'd be
how it works. So, that'd be overpowered for the level of spell that hex is.
Yeah.
Yeah. There has been a part of me that has been tempted to say if you cast hex at a higher level, maybe you could cause it to affect saves, but I'm not sure what level I would put that at.
Well, that's on my department.
And that especially would be broken for warlocks, because warlocks spell slots are all of the same.
They're
level
all
as you.
higher.
Yeah, so I think
Every time I cast Hex, it's at 3rd level.
Holy moly. Whoa.
I don't know if
That's
I
not
was
all I
going to
have
add-
is 3rd level spell slots.
Wow.
if I was going to allow it to have that effect, I would say it'd have to be at least at a 5th level spell slot, which you guys wouldn't have yet anyway. And even then,
Yeah.
for warlock, I think that would be broken, because, like, 5th level is as high as your regular slots ever get, but that would mean basically you just have free, effects on saves once per combat. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really think I want to go in that direction.
Yeah.
But
Cool. Yeah, but yeah, even 10
We'll get
feet,
other cool things. It'll be fine.
even 10 feet per round for like trying to escape would be helpful.
Well, and I have this fractal pulse which I can use to suppress an enemy, which is basically like an anti inspiring spirit dice on any attack damage or check or saving throw.
yeah,
So I could do that on
It
him.
can function as both bardic inspiration and bardic inspiration in reverse, essentially.
Yeah.
Who was like the super depressed like nihilist philosopher?
Which one?
It's like Nietzsche, N-I-C-H-E.
Oh, Nietzsche?
It's the Nietzsche of inspiration.
Yes. Yeah, like, which one was the super depressed nihilist philosopher? Oh, that's like 70% of them.
Okay, well,
Not that I am the best read in philosophy. That's my friend Aaron, who is actually like a published philosopher, like who
Wow.
actually teaches now and stuff like that.
Nice.
But I don't know much
What
about it.
happened there?
Not super familiar with the field myself.
but would it be better
I
to
totally am.
Yeah.
would it back to the baguette? Would it be better to face it like in a more open area if we could, where we couldn't like jump around?
Vindra says, I think it might be best to try to limit its motion as much as possible.
I wonder if we could lure it inside somewhere.
Seems
Maybe
like
a
it may be
basement or
possible.
something.
Are we having our little mini feast right now?
We're
Yeah.
eating while we're...
Yeah. Rin is kind of just picking at her plate.
Okay.
I'm scarfing like there's no tomorrow because there may not
I
be.
could try and poison it, but it knows like a lot of like other types of monsters are immune to poison, so I have no idea if this is immune to poison or not. But I have some poisons I could try. I'm not gonna incapacitate it.
Yeah, I mean, worth a shot. Good to have prepared to try.
I still think like the best thing I could try and do is either use Stunning Strike on either the Evil Loss or the Dark Guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are going to be a problem too. Can't they don't they teleport?
The Metzelots
Yeah.
could teleport to a limited degree, yes.
Oh.
Dang.
And Kadrazat cuts in and says, Again, I can't say I have the most experience with Yugoloths or those that associate with them, but I can tell you that I have, in my experience, all fiends are immune to poisons of all kinds.
Good to know.
Good to know, yeah.
Both Jessu and Chris just learned something new.
Yeah.
I just know like there's certain types of like things that are like immune to poison.
Yeah.
Thank you for that heads up.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I had not been immune to poison, I would have been dead many times over before I escaped from the Nine Hells. So, treachery is something of an occupational hazard among among fiends in general. He says, I've not met any fiends yet that have any vulnerability to any poison whatsoever. They could completely ignore them.
Do fiends tend to have like dark vision or something like that? Not dark vision, but like able to like sense in the dark kind of thing, or
Blind
see-
vision?
Because if not, I have a cool new trick.
Yeah.
If you don't know, that's totally understandable.
He says, devils at least possess true sight. So, many demons have at least some degree of dark vision. Some have true sight as well. I'm not as certain for Barghest Yugoloths.
It'll be fun to try.
I suspect it depends on the level of power that they possess. Lesser Yugoloths, like the Metzeloth that you've described, I've had some small experience with them. I don't believe they possess true sight, but at the very least, certainly dark vision, perhaps blind sight. I'm not certain.
Okay.
The more powerful varieties of Yugoloths I've not dealt with to any significant extent. I can't speak for them. Metzeloths, at least, however, they're certainly not helpless in the dark. We'll say that much.
Yeah.
Tathael continues to look away anytime Kadrazad is speaking, and he kind of occasionally glances over at her and looks uncomfortable.
I'm gonna go over to Tethiel, and yeah, are you okay?
I'm fine. It's Kadrazat seems to be. He seems to be putting everything forward, but I don't trust fiends.
Did you have a history with fiends, or more of a occupational acquisition?
Yeah, she kind of looks at you and just raises one eyebrow. Just, I'm an angel. we
Occupational.
we Celestials and fiends have never gotten along at the best of times. Some of the more powerful fiends are believed to have been fallen celestials to begin with, and so there is an element of betrayal that we can never count out because we don't know which ones among them may have once been among our numbers. Treachery is what they are. And I don't know. I'm not. He seems to be denying his nature, and even that makes me uncomfortable. Partially because I suppose it had never occurred to me that that was an option for myself.
Do you feel like you would want to resist your nature?
Perhaps to some degree. As devils are lawful and evil, angels are lawful and good, and occasionally our dedication to law may perhaps outweigh a good in order to be honest with ourselves. But the idea of turning against law makes me feel ill.
Something so part of you that definitely makes sense.
She says, Kadrazat has been here for decades, from what we understand. That's certainly more than enough time for him to have turned, but at the same time, on the time scale of creatures such as ourselves, it is an eye blink.
It seems like with the life that Kadrazat has chosen, that every moment must be a choice, a deliberate one, and that every moment is an opportunity for him and for each of us to decide what we'll continue on the path we're on, or diverge, or revert. It's always an opportunity.
She locks eyes with you and kind of stares so long for 15, 20 seconds without speaking. It almost makes you feel a little uncomfortable. But, make a persuasion check.
Go, Shara, go.
Come on. Okay. So I rolled a 6, but I have an 8 in persuasion, so that's
14?
like 14? Probably not high enough.
Also, I would consider this counseling piece.
Oh!
Ooh.
Yes.
So advantage.
Oh, yes. Excellent. That puppy again. Thank you very much. I will take that. I rolled a 6 again. What the heck?
Jeez.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, well,
This is where her
14.
was cemented.
Just gonna
The-
roll to see
the
how-
emissary of... I have emissary of peace.
Yeah, that was the effect I was giving you advantage from.
Okay.
That whenever you are making a charisma check to calm or counsel peace, you get advantage with either performance or persuasion, but not deception or intimidation.
Right.
So is she encouraging peace?
Well, I already gave her advantage for that, so.
I encourage violence. I
I
got you.
I encourage peace.
Yes.
Goodbye, Tiberius.
Yeah. Poor Tiberius. Like, I both feel bad for the way everything went there, and also kind of, I'm just like, well, Orion was such a disruptive energy in that game, and ultimately the way he's acted after the game makes it much harder for me to feel much sympathy for him, but...
Jesse goes shopping.
Yeah. Yes. I'd like to buy every mirror in the city.
I need the measurements. Measurements.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna roll for Tathael here just to see how much, like, this isn't even a check, it's just kind of seeing how much she is resisting what you're saying, because that will help me determine my DC for this, because I'm not entirely sure how to rule it because she's so torn about this whole issue right now.
Mm-hmm.
She continues to stare at you, and you feel like on some level you see something very faintly soften within her. She says, I don't know, maybe you're right. But maybe this is some proof of a deeper strength. I just find it very difficult to take anything spoken by a devil, especially a devil, at face level.
And I nod, and I, from what you've said about the nature of devils, that absolutely makes sense. That would serve you tremendously well, because they have history, and that's certainly a way to watch your own safety. And if you're not comfortable staying at Kadrazad's, I'm sure we could set you up where we first stayed and arrange for other arrangements if being here is too uncomfortable for you.
No, I don't feel that I'm personally at threat here. I hesitate to accept that he has truly changed what he is.
You don't need to. And who knows, that may serve us as well.
Kadrazat kind of hesitantly comes a little closer. He still looks like he's just kind of leaning a little bit away from Tathael, but he walks a little bit closer all the same. And he just comes over and says, "Pardon me for the intrusion. I don't mean to eavesdrop. But
Ooh.
there is little that is spoken in this place that I do not hear. It's the nature of my sanctuary, and it is the nature of what I am and where I come from. I would not feel safe, given my background, given those who hunt me, if I entirely excused myself from words spoken, especially in public spaces such as the tavern. Words spoken behind closed doors, in private quarters, in the rooms in which I put you up to protect you from being observed. If I am not present, I will not hear those words. But here, it is impossible for me to miss this sort of conversation.
Thank you for your forthcomingness, Kadrazad.
Miss Tathael, I cannot blame you for your apprehension. It is likely the wisest course of action, given your origins, and my origins. I know you can't trust the words that I speak. I know that you can't take them at the level with which I provide them. But I assure you that in the greater scheme of things, I find myself far more aligned with the point of view of the Celestials than with those from whom I originate. Perhaps both perspectives are more deeply flawed than either side would wish to admit in a vacuum, but ultimately the Celestials' goal is to promote order and safety and to protect mortals on the prime material. And ultimately, my own people's goals are ultimate control. Our own advancement. I know you don't have the inclination, and you certainly are not obligated to believe me. I assure you that I am not where I come from any longer, much as it may pain me. If you wish to further discuss this without my knowledge or my interference, I will close my senses to this conversation. I know it may be difficult for you to believe that I am being sincere, but I'm not listening any longer. Not for now. And he walks back over. There's a sort of a strange magical sparkle as he specifically casts a shield of like a zone that in which he cannot hear around Tathael and Zafine, and he goes back and begins wiping out glasses behind the bar. And Tathael makes an insight check, and she kind of looks startled. And she looks around, kind of raises a hand, and like she's reaching out with her senses. She turns back to Zafine and says, he wasn't lying. He's not listening anymore. You know, can't believe I'm saying this about the devil, but I believe he meant what he said.
Believe you're right.
I don't know what that means.
What would it mean if you did?
I mean that things are much more complicated than I have ever found them to be. I am not certain. I believe him. I'm not certain that I like the implications of believing it.
Well, it's better to have the knowledge and be able to process it and come to a new place than to have been without it.
Perhaps.
It can be if you want it to be.
You have to understand. Alignment in this universe is intensely important for those of us who serve one side or another, or I suppose those of us who have served. I can't say that I no longer directly serve Parathon.
Have you grieved for that loss, Tathiel?
I have, I continue to. But if I can continue to be while no longer serving everything for which I have ever existed, maybe it is possible that Khadrazat can continue to exist while no longer standing for what his origins mean.
Change can be intense, but I do believe it is.
But he's a creature of evil. He is constructed from it. Just as I'm constructed of good and of law. If I was to fall, if I was to turn against my purposes, I am not certain what it would do to me. Fallen angels that joined the side of darkness they underwent a change. They experienced some sort of alteration that allowed them to live with their decisions.
They must have.
Nothing like that has ever happened in reverse for a devil or a demon or any other sort of fiend.
Isn't that interesting?
But if Khadrazat is unable to change his nature but fighting his nature, I cannot imagine the sort of pain he must exist with.
It tells greatly about him.
nods, thinks quietly for a few moments. Perhaps in Celestials there is an element of choice inherent to the essence of goodness that counteracts the essence of law without standing as anathema to it. Perhaps there is something that in good there is always choice. Perhaps Celestials who turn to the darkness have made a choice.
Who must feel for some reason it serves them.
Perhaps. What if no such choice is present for those who come from evil? What if that choice is denied, one must simply suffer? Where is the good in that, though?
Where is the good in sacrifice, in suffering for goodness? I think there's great goodness there.
Where is the good in denying choice from those who are perhaps considered to be lost? If a devil can truly rise, as Kadrazat seems to have, where is the good in forcing him to suffer?
Well, as being made from evil, there probably isn't any.
I think my concern is less in the good in Kadrazat being denied by the evil in his nature, and more in the good in Celestials and gods denying him his choice to turn back from that.
Ah, I see.
Do we have the authority to deny him that? If he truly has changed his nature? If he truly has turned from his path? Even no matter how dark the actions that came before that, as I'm sure they must have. Is it the right of Parathon and the gods of good and of the Celestials to deny him a bridge back from his darkness?
Well, I would probably say not. But will you extend that bridge for him, in your mind?
I don't know.
I think that's what you have control over.
I think what frightens me is that if there is a bridge from good to evil, but not a bridge back, is how can good consider itself above evil if good cannot forgive?
And it's missing
cannot
some good.
Accept, then what is it?
Perhaps still growing itself into complete good, and still lacking in complete goodness.
There's a dimension to this ancient conflict which I frankly wish I did not have to consider. It makes me very uncomfortable to think of things like this. If good is incomplete, how can it be what it claims to be?
What do you think it claims to be?
Justice? Mercy to some degree? There's no mercy for those we consider the damned, those we consider to have crossed some line that cannot be crossed back over again. What really is it?
A searching question for an astute and searching one as yourself to pursue.
Tathael looks deeply troubled. There is a knit to her brow that you haven't seen before on her, and there is a sense that things are very heavily weighing on her mind. She glances back over across the bar at Kadrazat. There's almost the sense that she's seeing him for the first time in some light. Like, up to this moment, she has been looking at the devil in Kadrazat, and that she has not yet, until this very moment, made the effort to look beyond what he is to who he is. And she looks a little bit frightened. There's a sense of pity in her eyes. There's a look of deep confusion. And she looks back down at the glass in which she has been drinking from, and downs the last little bit of what she's been drinking, sets it back down on the bar, and she looks over at you and says, I think there may be much for me to consider. I'm going to go back to my room.
Tathael,
Yes?
I am more than happy to be available for discussing and navigating these thoughts that are being so difficult for you. Anytime.
Thank you. Perhaps a mortal's perspective might have more nuance than the one from which I have come from.
We all have value we can share with one another.
Thank you. I'll be in my quarters if anyone needs me.
Before she leaves, I see the look on her face. I run over, give her a big hug, and then continue on to the bar to get another drink.
She looks a little surprised, but embraces you back as she realizes what's happening. Kind of half grins, looks back after you, takes another glance back over at Kadrazat, turns back to Zafine and says, "Thank you. I have a lot to think about."
You're welcome.
She stands, walks away from the bar, goes upstairs, disappears to her quarters. I'd say we probably should call it for the night.
Yeah.
It is pretty late, so.
I was gonna say Tamati is like raises his glass, says "Good night, everybody," downs it, turns around and falls face forward onto the stairs.
Leg up, smack.
Not even leg up, just turns around, just
Just
into the
straight down.
stairs.
Yes.
It's like
Awesome.
even the thought of lifting my leg at this point would just—it's too much.
I'll just sleep
We
here.
once again cannot hear you, Sadie. I don't know what's happening tonight, but
Hey, David. So over the course of the day, did I find out if I could attune to the Jinso's Joker?
yeah, you made the attempt. It doesn't seem to be the sort of item that works that way. You you can definitely sense. You can definitely sense the divine energy of Jinso as you're trying to attune to it, but it doesn't seem to be something that functions that way. You still have many questions. Can we hear you now, Sadie?
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
I just imagine that as everyone goes up to their rooms, that Rin is still kind of picking at her plate, and only about half of her food is gone.
Did you like your dinner, Rin?
Oh, yeah, dinner's great. Thank you.
How are you doing tonight?
I have a lot on my mind.
Well, no need to carry it alone if you don't want to. You can always... I'm willing to listen and help you talk it out.
Thank you. I was just thinking about what Seki said about the slave trader and how he's been trading children to the Aegis to be brainwashed and I had a really horrible thought that's been bothering me. And my friend Taliesin left home after I was banished from our village.
Mm-hmm.
We were only kids. And I'm a little afraid that somehow he was found and captured and taken to the Aegis. Maybe that's a bit of the anxiety in me, but...
Oh. Anything is possible. And really, hearing about only a month-long effort to retrieve a mind so far gone and so far deep into the patterns that must be imbued in those youths, it would be a much longer trek to reverse, if possible.
Yeah. When we would play adventurers as kids, I never imagined that we could possibly be on opposite sides once we got older.
If worse came to worse, and he chose, or was conditioned to that point, could you still be on his side and act? What would you want to be in that moment if you came face to face with that?
I just would want to get him out.
Well, I agree. I think that's an option. That if we ever come to that situation, I will help you and be with you to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I better finish this food. It's already getting cold.
It's still good cold. I nod and tiptoe over to Mati up to bed.
Yeah.
And then I finish my food and go up after.
Yeah. As that conversation closes, Kajazat comes over and he pushes a glass of just water over to you. And as he leans in to do that, he puts a hand on your shoulder. And he says, choices, whatever choices they may be, don't have to be permanent. If your friend has been taken, if your friend has made that choice, no one's beyond help. No one's so far gone that they can't be recovered. Take it from me.
Thank you, Kajazat.
He just squeezes your shoulder and nods and goes back to his work.
And I finish my food and go back to bed.
And the emotional roller coaster comes home.
Ah!
Goodbye, Craig.
Goodbye, Craig.